Good afternoon, everybody. I have to apologise for not returning yesterday evening. I got a really bad headache, and due to the brightness of the light in front of me, felt that doing more lace work was probably a bad idea. So here we are. I haven't put my pin message up again. Let me type this in. I am such a geek. I wrote ping, and of course, when I do up, I've got to type it all again because it doesn't remember it. Pin. Right, let's do this again then. Right, just do that. So yes, I have to apologise for that. So we got reasonably well down the work yesterday. I have a new toy. Well, it won't make a lot of difference, but it does in my mind. So, and it wasn't hugely expensive, although it was about 20 something quid. It moves my camera more to the middle of the centre of the light, which means that you now see a more direct down onto the pillow rather than an angle. So, as I said, probably won't make a lot of difference to you, but in my mind, that's because obviously you were seeing from the back side of the circle, I sit from the front side, so you see a slightly different view to me, whereas now you're looking down on top. Obviously, you're still looking down from on top, but I can wiggle it, so I can angle the camera, and as long as the pillow is mostly to the back of the circle, you would be able to view towards the front, which probably would help with the bolster pillow shenanigans or concept that I've been thinking about. Although obviously the light is fixed to a pole at the back, and obviously I can't bring the light forward to angle it from that point of view, which would be a really useful thing to do, because obviously if it had like a right angle telescope, so I could bring, have the pole further away and the light nearer to me, therefore angle the light so it is shining from the front, that would be perfect. But I've not seen any like that. Well, not within my price range anyway. Well, I haven't seen any like that, but then of course I've only really looked within the what feels like a tolerable price range, because obviously, all these gadgets come out of my pocket, and I'm not Elon Musk. I do not have millions raining from the sky, so I have to be fairly cautious with the things that I buy, and hence I've spread them a bit over time. Are you going to supervise, Rory? Are you? Okay. So let's have a look. We don't need that for the moment. So let's have a look at where we got to. Undo the cloths. This is where we were at yesterday. Oh, Rory. Apparently, Rory needs to be in my lap. You do know that doesn't help. Yes. So, today, the plan is to, other than to do just as much as I can. Oh, apparently I need both hands on the dog. What's the matter, little man? What's the matter? What have you got in your head, Fur, or do I really not want to ask? Why is it all crusty? And slightly green. That suggests that it is poo. Yes. Thank you for So, let's do the obvious and zoom in a little bit and move to the section we've done. So, as you can see from that, we've done a good section. My plan is to do at least this area of ground here. Yes, I realise I've let go of the dog. Sorry, dog. This bit of cloth stitch, this bit of cloth stitch, probably in those orders. Then start on this ground stitch, because we can, mind you, it's kind of nice to kind of work with as few bobbins as possible. But I need to do that before I can do that, before I can do that. So, in essence, you always work top down and stop licking my fingers. I don't know where you've been. So I couldn't have done this before doing this because these feed into this. Now, to an extent that's true. You do have a bit of choice, as I've explained a few times. There are choices to an extent. So right here, right now, I could continue going down, or I can come and do this bit, because I've already got the bobbins for this bit. And once I've done this bit, I can then arguably do this bit. But I can't do that bit until I've got the bobbins coming in from here, because they come in at 45-degree angles. So realistically, you have a few choices, but you don't have to do chunks. You could constantly just work in a line like this, for example. But I find the idea of not working in chunks slightly confusing. So obviously I do like the rose ground bit, I do a cloth stitch bit. And the reason for that is obviously if you're constantly changing stitches, it becomes, and the rose ground needs pairs of bobbins, then you have to do, oh, Amy. Just, can you not? There are some birds around here who make interesting noises, and they really wind her up. One of which at night is a bit like a baby crying. It's not a baby, but it kind of goes, yeah, yeah, and that winds her up a lot. I don't know what bird it is. It's not a fox though. It is a bird, comes from the trees. I think it's mimicking a fox. Hello! Hello, Naughty Celts, good to see you. I was just explaining I've bought a new camera thing so that it now looks more directly downwards. So if I return to normal, it looks much more down than it was before. Before it was at an angle. Basically, it's a longer little pedestal thingy for the camera to sit on, but it now means it's kind of in the centre of the circle, which means that technically I can zoom out a little bit more, arguably, but you don't need to see the state of the room around me. So, well, especially as my ship pile seems to have encroached a little bit to the right here. That's mainly because it's today's post that's come in. I bought a couple of other bits, so I'm just thinking what the other thing was. Yeah, I can't, it doesn't really have manual focus. It kind of, and of course, because I'm looking, the nearest I get to see is kind of a 2-inch square on my screen through all the other bits. I wouldn't be able to tell if it was in focus or not anyway, which was part of the problem with the camera I had before, was that I would think it was focused, but it kind of wasn't. And it also, because of the way the focusing was done, I had to physically wrangle the camera. I'd do it, and the moment I let go, it would marginally go out of focus, which was just highly irritating. And so this camera is better. The hunting can be a little bit much, but obviously, to be honest, yesterday, the key hunting generally happens when I change between these two. It doesn't happen so much otherwise because I'm not really changing. But of course, the moment I put my hand in, it is actually refocusing. I'm not made of money. I can't afford more expensive stuff. So, but to be fair, this camera does do a really good job of focusing, and it actually is 4K, whereas All my other cameras, so my GoPro, my expensive digital SLR, were only 720. And so from that point of view, this is a good thing. This is the Elgato Face Cam 2 or whatever it is. It's not a bad camera. I mean, obviously it's designed for staring at me, not at lace cushions. But to be honest, I see I've looked at plenty of other people who do. I've watched a few lace videos, and they all seem to suffer with needing a special camera for the lace pillow and then trying to work around it. Quite a few of them have kind of mentioned about how difficult it is to get a good view of the lace pillow and to try and zoom in and out. And because I don't tend to zoom in and out too much, but I do have my magic button of extreme close-up, i.e. that's the maximum zoomage it does, and I can move it around. So for example, I can, you know, wiggle it slightly. I find that quite helpful, whereas obviously with my other camera, the only way it moved was when I moved the whole camera. Now obviously I've got it on a mount that does allow it to move, so for example I could, this is me wiggling the camera, I can wiggle the camera, but it is much nicer to be able to have a few buttons to do it, because then it's kind of more measured amounts and you can reset it. I've got a Stream Deck, so I can reset it back to the middle at the touch of a button. So I've got an extreme zoom in, and I've got my, you know, back to default kind of button, so I can move it around and zoom a bit, and then just when we're done, hit back to normal. Everything is exactly where it should be, which of course you can't do if you're doing it all manually and wiggling cameras and stuff. So from that point of view, I do like it. I'm not saying there isn't room to improve it. I'm certainly definitely not going to pretend that that's not the case. And obviously, you know, should I become, you know, the next Asmund Gold or something, and, you know, all you guys come in your droves to watch me, I can probably afford to buy some really expensive stuff. But until then, thank you, probably not. By the way, some, you know how like you get shorts on well, frankly, nearly every platform now, and some of them are kind of like, why on earth would I want to watch this? Amy. And sometimes they're interesting, sometimes you're just like, what in the name of mercy makes you think I care? One of the ones that I'm currently being plagued with is the, oh, does your concealer not work and you're over 40? Love, I've worn makeup once in 52 years. What makes you think I care? And that was like 20-something years ago. So can you just, I do not need it as every other friggin' short video. But it is, I've seen some good, one short video did make me laugh, probably for all the wrong reasons, and she was a fairly pretty girl, don't get me wrong, and it was, she obviously made her living online with herself, let's leave it at that, and I mean, she was fairly pretty. I mean, she, you know, I won't say I haven't seen better, but, you know, she was better than me. So, kudos to that. But, of course, it's all genetics to a large extent. So, you know, kind of on a winner there. She makes 50 grand a year by recording her farts. I could do that. I could record farts. I mean, it's not like I don't. It's not like I don't have dogs who don't. £50,000 a year for recording farts. It's a bit like the selling feet pic kind of thing, right? It's the... Really? Yeah, but at 50 grand a year, I mean... no offence, but that's a decent income, man. Especially as, you know, all you need is a few beans, a mic, and not a lot else. I mean, I've already got the mic. It might smell a bit afterwards, but seriously, 50 grand for recording farts. That seemed a little bit surprising, in my humble opinion. From that point of view, is that that seems a lot of money just to record some farts. But I guess it goes to prove that there is someone out there for everything. But yeah, 50 grand a year for recording a fart. Christ. Mind you, there was also, there was a very pretty girl. She was very pretty, but £230,000 a month for pictures on OnlyFans, and you're like, a month? A month? Yeah. So in the wrong job, dude. Now, you don't have bobbins around you. We need to sort that out. So let's look and see what's going on here, because you clearly aren't doing anything. And some of you are very wrapped round pins you shouldn't be. So let's be sorting you out. For that kind of money, you want to see me, dance around my garden naked? Fine. For that kind of money, I'll do that crap. That's definitely an option. It's an excessive amount of money. How can that be true? It's. Gonna undo these just for good measure. Just that level of money. I mean, seriously. I mean, part of me, and I mean this genuinely, even if I only ever got like $10 a year for streaming and showing ads, which, quite frankly is quite likely, it surprises me that I could get money for doing this. And it then kind of concerns me more when some of the streamers that I watch who are, let's call them full-time streamers, that, they do 6-8 hours of streaming a day, and they are paid more than my many years of IT experience to do so. It strikes me odd that is a valid way of living. In part because obviously, go back 30 years, it just wasn't even a thing, right? But it just seems weird that there are so many people making that much money, enough money that not only can they live on it, that they live reasonably well on it. And it's not because I'm jealous. I actually legitimately do not understand how... I mean, I think part of it is I don't understand... Too many of them kind of seem to be doing fairly well. They clearly have a decent income from it. And then you get the kind of almost obligatory... Oh, it's all too much. I'm really depressed. I'm going to have to take a break. Having to produce videos has really got me down. And it's like, surely you started this because you wanted to do it, not because you wanted to become, Elon Musk. Because you legitimately wanted to show people, I don't know, crafting, drawing, makeup tutorials, whatever your bag is, right? So how can you be depressed for doing the thing that you wanted to do, that you love doing, and that realistically, if you need a day off, you can take a day off. You're not going to disappear off the face of the world for skipping a day. So, I mean, if you look at someone like Pirate Software, he streams 5 days a week now. It used to be 6. He still gets 10,000 odd viewers on Twitch constantly. So obviously it's more than 10,000 people who watch him every day, because obviously very few people log in at the beginning of the day and watch him for his entire 12-hour stream. Well, I think it's 11, but few people do that. So they come and go, and they maintain 10,000 viewers. His ferret stream, which they run, so they've got a 24/7 ferret stream, pays for itself by having less than 2,000 people watching the stream at any one time. And for me, so 2,000 people can maintain all the bills, heating, lighting, vet bills, and all that kind of stuff for 50 ferrets of 2,000 people watching basically two webcams. One is the view of the cage when they're not out, and one is a kind of bit like my lace cam, a downwards view of the floor for when they're let out. Really? That pays for all of that? 2,000 doesn't feel like it's enough, if you know what I mean, in the sense of I could kind of understand the 10,000 viewers paying for, a decent lifestyle, right? Because obviously 10,000 people is quite a few. But, if you consider... In what way are you torn, Nautical? I think I fucked up somehow. I'm sure I didn't. But it looks like I missed one. Which explains why I thought I was one out at the bottom. Because I was one out at the bottom. Okay. Let's put you around here for a minute. Out the way. Somehow I missed one. So what makes you torn, Nautical? I'm not saying you're wrong to be torn, I'm just curious as to what makes you torn. I understand that. Sometimes it's hard to express things without sounding just bitter and twisted and grumpy, or, snarky, or, snobby or whatever. Sometimes expressing yourself in words that will make sense to other people to truly come over in the right sense of what you believe is well, that's why they're called feelings and not wordings, because, well, feelings are just that. They're things you feel. They are, and Pirate Software does do. When you listen to him talking about it, he does seem to spend a lot of his off-stream time, caring for them, and he will, at the drop of a hat, and has done, end his stream, his rambling kind of stream, because there is a problem. And he's done it because he's had a phone call about a ferret that, needs their help, and so he's buggered off to do it. When two of their ferrets kind of trap themselves in one of their kind of self-made nests and started to overheat, he can stream and went off to go and try and save them. It was, he does very much care for them, and they are USA. Ferrets in the USA apparently have a really rum deal. Ferrets in the UK live up to about 10 years. Ferrets in America are generally only 2. And it is quite interesting. I mean, I was not exactly a ferret aficionado, but listening to some of the things that, they've done, things that, I mean, some of it you kind of go, really? That hadn't been thought of at any one point. So there's a very common issue for elder ferrets, and I mean, it depends, because obviously wild ferrets are different to domesticated ferrets, but most ferrets in America come almost from animal testing, and are so interbred that they have significant issues, and so as a result they just don't live long. If they are mated with almost any other ferret, their lifespan doubles, triples, etc. It's so from that point of view, it's quite interesting to listen to him talk about the ferrets, because it's I'd never considered that. I mean, obviously we all know that various species across continents have developed differently. So, the UK squirrel's different to an American squirrel, and obviously, our poor little red squirrel's virtually, wiped out. But the differences are something you don't expect lifespans to be drastically different. It's just, a bit like, American spellings, in the sense of they went over there, they kind of went a bit off in their own direction, and that's kind of where they've ended up. And I'd never thought that, I've not given an awful lot of thoughts about ferrets, because, well, I'm not into ferrets, but, so it did surprise me to hear that they live such a short lifespan compared to, say, ours. But one of the things he discovered was that a common old age issue where their liver starts failing and all various other things, they drastically respond to Pepto-Bismol, and it frankly cures a lot, some of the common ailment that, one of the common ailments that the ferrets can have. And there's a bit of you going, well, because Bismol was the answer, and it was kind of like, so you're telling me that all the vets around America, not one of them thought of Pepto-Bismol when they needed Bismol? Really? I find that odd, but sometimes when you are, I don't know, I won't say too professional, but you are locked into we have all these drugs, these are the things we can give them, you don't think outside the box and go, well, I've got Pepto-Bismol in my cupboard, would that help? You kind of go, I've got all of these choices of drugs from various, brands of drug manufacturers, and I'm not convinced any of them have helped, So it struck me as odd that there are things like that he's found. But he's got a little ferret called Henry, and Henry is really, really cool. Henry was born basically with 80% of his brain missing, and yet he is learning and becoming more ferret-like because he's with other ferrets. So Henry truly is a little star. We like Henry. But anyway, it's about to be ads, so I shall... It's starting soon. There you go. There you go, should be back now. Yeah. And again, I think as, you know, even as animal loving Brits, because we are kind of a nation of animal lovers for the most part. I mean, you know, there's always a few assholes, but I had no idea so many ferrets were used for data. Because as a child, it was always rabbits. You were always told that they tested on rabbits. So it, you know, no one ever said ferrets. It was never, you know, ferrets never came up in the discussion. And so, you know, it's been interesting to me. So I gave a shout out to Ferret Software, which it's nothing to do with software. That is their ferrets, and currently, you're allowed to go and look. They're all out. Some of them are out playing. So, hence, when I'm offline, it is one of the streams that I point to as, you know, something that you might be interested in, because it is quite interesting and it does help little ferrets. They are one of the biggest ferret rescues in Washington State, apparently. I will take their word on that. And, you know, he's moved house and he's going to build a custom-built building specifically for the ferrets. And they've got his, I say girlfriend, he never calls her his girlfriend, but he lives with her, so... Anyway, a lady called Shay does the primary care, and they've recently hired a girl called Maddie, who got married last week, and Shay is an exotic vet assistant, so she is au fait in a lot of these things. And obviously, as part of the ferret rescue, she has specialised in ferrets to a large extent, so she, you know, she is kind of primarily doing that. And so yes, it is something that is, I mean, I just find it really bizarre that it pays for itself by having a camera or two. There is also occasional visitations and cursings from Meatball the cat, who in their old house knocked the router off the wall and took everything offline. Now there is also Spaghetti the dog, who is just a raging ball of excitement and fun, because, well, he's a puppy. You don't see them with the actual ferrets, usually anyway. But Meatball is he's a cat. He does what cats do best, which is be arseholes. So he does do, but generally he is not in with the cats at all. He's not in with the ferrets. But I find it interesting. I do kind of watch the ferrets. I like watching them play. I can't recognise half of them, but I do love Henry. I have a bit of a soft spot for Henry, just because he is truly a special needs ferret. But, you know, when they first got him, he really was totally awkward. But now he's learning to groom. He's terrible at it, but he's learning to groom other ferrets. He's playing with them. He's becoming more normal, and he is learning that despite not having an awful lot of his brain. So from that point of view, it is kind of really interesting to watch. So I wholly recommend that as an animal person. Right, so that's taken you out. You now come out too, which gives rise to you. Right. Let's try this again, children, because obviously I'm redoing the bit I did last night, which I completely mulled up. And I vaguely remember saying, I'm sure this isn't the right number, but I can't see anything wrong with it. Well, I was wrong, so... there we go. We shall fix this. I have to say my YouTube channel is doing a little bit better than I thought it would, to be honest. Seems people... That's cool. I think to me... I mean... When I was really little, I had a budgie called Fred. Fred was the most vicious little shit you ever met in your life. And so we didn't let him out because, well, frankly, he would try and kill you. I know he was only a budgie, but he was a real big budgie for a budgie. And he was just a big ball of hate. When Fred finally departed, my parents decided to replace him with a cockatiel. And we got Tutty. And she was really friendly. We let her out. Till the fatal day my mother let her out during dinner time. I'm sorry, animals who poo themselves while flying should not be out during tea time. That was not actually the core issue. The core issue was she landed in my mother's mashed potato and gravy. And, well, that didn't go down so well. And so she wasn't allowed out at tea time, which frankly was a very sensible choice. But she eventually started laying eggs and wouldn't stop. And it killed her. She prolapsed in the end. And we tried everything. We really did. But we then got Digger. Digger was cool. Very talkative little chap. Learned to impersonate the phone, much to everyone's annoyance. 1, 2, 3, 4. So... he was somewhat of a unique individual, but he then started pulling all of his feathers out, and we had to give him away. And my dad settled down on just having dogs, which was, because we had dog as well. That was quite a wise move, I feel. So I don't know, there are certain animals I feel really sorry for, and birds are very much one of them. And anything that lives predominantly in a cage. Fish. That's interesting. I just feel sorry for animals in cages because no animal in the world is born in a cage unless we've done it to them, right? Fish, I think, I won't say I have less feelings for things in tanks because obviously they come in ponds and so they are used. So an element of confine is not necessarily wrong. I'm not going to pretend that small tanks are fair and kind either, but having, a small pond or a fish tank is not necessarily, I think, as cruel as putting a bird in a cage, because, birds in cages can't fly. So from that point of view, I do feel sorry for birds and mice, and I won't say rats because we've already discussed the rat issue. Technically I have to include rats, but I don't really. Don't have quite so much sympathy for them. But I still think that keeping them in cages isn't necessarily nice. I used to keep mice, but I constantly, every evening, would have... when I had 30, I couldn't have them all out in one go, because keeping an eye on mice is like herding cats. But you could, when I had 2 or 3, which is what I originally planned to have, not 30, just that unfortunately 2 of them gave birth. Well, 2 of them gave birth to really big litters of babies, and we gave all the boys away, but we still had a lot of mice. So it was, ignoring that section of my mouse keeping days, we only ever had 2 or 3, and so you could have 2 or 3 out because there were 3 of us as humans, and they could wander around you, and you'd be responsible for completely keeping an eye on them. So you could put them on the floor, you could, they could enjoy and investigate the rest of the world. And you could take them with you, a bit like a parrot on your shoulder. You could, go to the kitchen and, get a drink, and you could take the mouse with you, and, it was quite pleasant. And I think for a captive animal, that's kind of fair. I mean, it's a bit like having a dog in a crate and never letting it out. You just wouldn't. So why would you do that to any other intelligent animal? Why, and bear in mind, nearly all animals are intelligent, why would you not let them out more? Why, if you're not prepared to let them out, don't have them, right? And so I kept mice, and I let them out a lot, and obviously you let them out while they were, you're cleaning the cages and, all that kind of stuff. So you had a lot of interaction with them, and, I'm not going to pretend that they couldn't have had a better life maybe if they were wild, but it was better than being fed to the snake, perhaps. So, on that point of view, small mercies. But I know, I mean, obviously when the animal's asleep, it doesn't really matter if it's in a cage or not, because, to be honest, it's a bit like us when we're asleep. If you were in one of those tiny, like, Japanese hotel kind of cute, sort of almost torpedo hotel things, where you climb kind of almost like into a toilet roll shaped thing with a bed in it, you're asleep. It doesn't really matter. It's when you're awake that counts. And so to keep birds and things in cages, I appreciate that we have to, because they could injure themselves, damage themselves. Our environment's not necessarily overly suitable to them, but surely that then also says we probably shouldn't have them. So if they are not able to adjust to our environment, then perhaps that is, the sign that our environment and they should not be mingled. But it's hard because I also, I have dogs, so I clearly, appreciate that people want animals around them, and the company and the entertainment and the bonds that you build with them really do matter. And, I find it difficult because obviously, I like having animals around me, and I appreciate, so do other people, so, and you have what you can have. I mean, don't quite see the point of keeping a snake. You can't. To be honest, I think that's true with a lot of cage type animals, especially the smaller ones, because despite being small, some of them can half move real quick. And baby mice, very little known fact, we all go on about how far a flea can jump. Try baby mice. Baby mice seem to be part flea, because those little buggers can leap like nothing else. And when you're talking that a baby mouse who's probably less than half a centimetre can leap 2 foot in the air, you think you're about to, move it or whatever, and twing, it's ping, and it's fuck knows where else. And of course, being small, you try finding the little shit. Yeah, that was fun. And of course, being that small, they frankly walk through nearly every form of barrier you tend to give them, because they a adult mouse who's 3-4 inches long kind of thing can get through a 1 centimetre hole. Imagine how small a hole then a baby mouse can get through. It's like the eye of a needle. It's just frankly really disturbing. I bought the dogs a new thing for the door. So hopefully Moni Face there will not be whining she can't open the door. because, well, I bought originally, it's like, well, they're like sanitary pads, but they're not sanitary pads. They're pads of cloth with the world's thinnest bit of kind of fluff in between them, with loops at the end of elastic, so you hook them over the door handles. And what it truly does is stop the catch part catching. So I put 3 of them on the door to create a bit of a gap so that the doors wouldn't shut. But obviously over the time they do wear a little bit in certain areas, and I do jiggle them around a bit so that it kind of moves about a bit, but obviously it's not perfect. So I bought yesterday evening, and Amazon man has been and delivered, a rope one. Now obviously rope can suffer from similar kind of thing, but it is kind of, well, it's like 1 inch thick rope. Now it's cheap, nasty, it's not proper rope, it's more like dog toy rope, but for this purpose, don't really care. I've got another one. Where did I put it? There it is. So this is what that looks like. It's, you know, it's not real rope. It's made out of cotton, and it's got these nasty fluffy things, so the one on the outside's going to go real skanky, because of course it's open to the weather during the day. But obviously that stops the door opening or closing quite a bit, so it's going to let more heat out. Oh, cotton is beautiful, but when you're after a thing to stop a door, nylon and cheap and nasty and frankly a lump of plastic would be just as valid, you know. So, you know, it's almost a waste on the door. I mean, obviously it's designed for internal door, really, not external door. As I say, the fluffy bit is just going to skank up something horrible. It's really beautifully soft, and oh, it's a dream. And, you know, if you made like a soft toy out of that stuff, oh my God, would it be like, yeah, it's almost like a mink glove. You know, the people who get rubbed by mink gloves for relaxation thing. It's literally like that soft. I mean, I don't know what it's actually made of, because it literally comes in the plastic bag with a barcode on it. As you say, it's funny how you can get it in small chunks. It's one of those things is that you can get it as a dog toy, you can get it as like a doorstop thing, but where do they get it from? Because you're not telling me they buy it or make it in like 6-inch chunks, right? So, you know, it's something like that. I think, depending on what you're making, it would be glorious to make something out of, because it is really quite soft and pleasant to the touch. My hands feel soft from having touched it, right? It is kind of wasted on my outside door and the dogs. It truly is. But I will point out that I think the pair of them were £9. So for what I need, it's an acceptable price. Will you stop racking up that cushion? Amy has an obsession with the cushion I made. And it's almost a... Yeah, the problem is somewhere. And it's like, I've seen on the internet, how to explain them? Kind of, I don't know, let's say 1 inch square cubes of wood that are like this long, right? With a U-shaped bit in the middle for placing of bobbins, right? To keep your bobbins in order. Can I find them? Can I find those things? And now some of them, you see, people have made kind of their own, but what they've done is they've taken like, I haven't got sticks to hand, so I'm going to use 2 bobbins, right? Let me grab a pair of bobbins, because it's not like I don't have any of those about. But they've kind of taken 2 sticks of wood with like little holes in, so that you can pin them down and they will trap by osmosis the bobbins, right? And that's cool. Ish. But it's not the same. What I really, 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 really want, and I've tidied it away, haven't I? Fuck's sake. I don't tidy much, as you are aware, Nautical. It is not in my nature. But I have a crap ton of these. Large kind of lollipop stick things. This one's got a small hole in the end because I was trying an experiment and it split. So that was not really kind of how working out. But in theory, it's not dissimilar to taking a couple of these and just making pin holes for the pins so that I can, you know, kind of pin down some bobbins. And, well, that's kind of what I was trying to make with those. But every time, because they are wafer thin and really cheap wood, all they did was split. And I've still got about 100 billion more of them. But what I really, really want is, say, something like these, but with a small amount of padding and cloth on them, so that the cloth holds these with a bit more pressure, but without pressure, if you know what I mean. So it's not hard subject which is slippery and movable. The cloth and kind of like its micro thin layer of thing, just to gently, well, literally cushion it and have two of them so that they kind of more clamped firmly together. And then, you know, some form of clip or strong elastic at the ends so that you hook the two ends over the top sort of thing, and it firmly holds them so you can kind of wave them around and the bobbins won't mate and jingle in the middle. But at the same time, that's not always going to be practical. But I kind of like that idea. I just need to work out a graceful method of achieving it. Because as we all know, ideas and achievement are two very different kettles of fish. As I would really like to do that, and I can see use of hot glue guns and PVA glue and all of those kind of aspects of it. But I just kind of, I'd like to try that, but I've got to find a way of dealing with the attachments, so I join them together. I've got to find a good way of attaching them that is strong and firm and not going to result in a lot of swearing, frankly. Because I do plenty of that. I don't need assistance with that. I can do quite a lot of that on my own. Come on, there's a hole in here somewhere. There it is. So yeah, I'd like to do that. I'd like to make some, but basically, I thought about using some felt somewhere not overly visible to myself, but a bit like the thick felt I put on my cooler lid as a bit of a pin cushiony effect. Something kind of similar to that, but I kind of want it thicker. I kind of want almost like, you know, loft insulation, but not quite that thick, if you know what I mean. I want it so that it truly is a decent cushion, but that's fairly firm, but that's not, you know, not that exciting. And obviously encased in some material, because, well, You want it nice and clean and exciting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stick you then. Because it would save some of the frustrations of trying to stick some of these together, because they really don't like it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stick you together. And some shape bobbins do stick better than others. I think, I won't say that these are a problem, but these are definitely harder because the difference between like the fat end and the core of the bobbin is a lot less, so they arguably can escape. Whereas obviously with other bobbins, some of the, I mean, where's my big fat big boy one who's back here somewhere? There he is. I mean, for example, I know he's broken off there at the bottom, but if you look at that angle, if I put anything round this section here, it's not going anywhere because it's got to leap like 1.5 centimetres of edge. So it is, you know, it's not going to be a problem. But obviously that's kind of an unusable bobbin in my personal opinion. Well, it's not. You just don't. It would be for GIMP threads and special effects almost, not for average bobbining. So yes, so I don't know. I think like a lot of things, there are tools that you have in your mind and you know what you want, but you can't find one. But you can't be the first person to think of it either. And it's like I saw on that video, I saw some form of vertical bobbin stand. Well, to be honest, the idea of a vertical one really quite appeals because, well, then it's really not taking up much space on your cushion at all. And that would really be quite useful. But like everything, like my favourite bobbin type, either it's a practice or something that was made a really long time ago and no one ever made it again, or someone's, you know, boyfriend, husband, father, whatever, built them one. I know I'm feeling a little sexist in saying that, but obviously back then it would have been more commonly male. It is that kind of frustration. Hang on, I'm just reading something. So yes, I really would like some better way of sticking my bobbins, and these knitting stitch holders are the best that I've got, because they're reasonably strong. They do kind of pin the bobbins, but as we've seen, they can still escape, and what I really want to do is to have something that doesn't escape, and that almost doesn't matter if the bobbins are held at the skinny end or the fat end, as long as they're held. And obviously some pressure and a cushion effect would do that, and it just seems odd to me. Now you see, and then of course your brain goes, well, get yourself a pretty 3D printer and then you could make some. part of me wants a 3D printer because part of me wants a 3D printer because I think of all the small, awesome little things you could make. But I don't need those. You know, it's not like I need to produce 1,000 of them. I only need a few, and I don't want to spend 300-400+ quid getting a 3D printer just to make a couple of bobbin holders. Or bobbins. I mean, you could make bobbins with them. Now, okay, you'd make potentially a lot of bobbins, and that could be quite cool to a large extent. But it's not essential, right? One of the other things I thought about would be making resin bobbins. So getting my favourite bobbin, making a mould out of it, and making resin bobbins. Now, it might be that the weight of the resin would be too much, so you can actually almost do Midlands bobbins without spangles, and the weight of the resin bobbin would be more than sufficient. And you don't need to polish them to a high degree, although they probably would come out fairly polished. But you see, because I've got a couple of glass ones and I've got a few brass ones, just for novelty factor. But part of me would really like to try resin ones, but I've got a feeling they might be a bit heavy. It is quite tempting to, because you can buy bobbins almost identical to this, but that have a flat bottom, not a tapered bottom. And it's really tempting to almost like glue, not magnets, but, you know what I mean, almost magnet or battery-sized bits to the bottom to give it just a little bit more weight, but not a lot. But really you want something that is... It is a new square. Hang on. Hang on, let me go get the other square. Hang on. It's over here. Hang on. So, we did indeed finish the square. Let me put... where's my dark one? There it is. I have a dark cloth for best showing. So, hang on. Cover that up briefly. So, here was the original inspiration. This was my original inspiration for making of squares. And, I mean, we can zoom in a bit on that actually. Chalk. It is a cute little square. And there were things I liked about it, things I wasn't so keen about. And so... hence I set about to customise it. You see, that's kind of what to be honest, you would do with bobbins to a large extent. Actually, most of them are made from little square blanks. That just sounds like a lot of waste to me. So dowel would work for me, although that would probably be a bit light. But, so back on the squares. I quite like this. Weren't so keen on the spiders in the middle. Or the spiders that are around the edge that don't really show up and look more like mistakes. The honeycombs I liked to a large extent, but there's a row of torchon ground between each of them, so I didn't like that aspect of it. And then my brain kind of went, but flies will come through the holes. Now, there aren't actually a lot of flies around here, but due to my old house and my ex-husband and the dog in my icon, there is an issue with flies. I have kind of almost a trauma related to flies, in that both the ex-husband and the dog in my picture had the dog got it off the ex-husband, so it's all the ex-husband's fault in this scenario. He has a real problem with flies. Now, I'm not saying that flies are great. I'm not saying that flies are lovable, because, they do puke on their food and eat it, and, frankly, are not exactly what you want. But at the same time, if there was a fly in here, there's a fly in here, I don't really care. It's like if there's a spider in here, I don't actually care there's a spider in here. Exactly. I mean, unless they're bothering your food, they don't really bother me, but they really bothered my ex-husband. To the point they made Charlie in my icon neurotic. Charlie obviously had some form of floaters in his eyes, and he would imagine a fly. I'm the same. I don't mind a spider. There could be a spider, I won't say I would love it, you know, the size of a tarantula on my wall. As long as it kind of stays, if it's going away or staying still, I'm fine. If it's rapidly heading towards me, my 20 odd, I think I'm about 20 and a half stone at the moment, will stamp on it because it becomes me or it, right? Don't run at me. I don't want to be your friend, Mr. Spider, right? Similarly, especially not in baths, because you've obviously had similar experiences to me. Just know. Just know. And the ones that well, you'll appreciate this. As a child, living in I wasn't central London, but outer London house, so not exactly, you know, anywhere near country. I woke up one day, and it was in the days of not having duvets, it was in the days of having, you know, blankets and sheets. Yeah, I can feel that. Thanks for that. Well, I'll get you back with this story then. So I opened my eyes. It was a Saturday morning. I was not very old. And I watched a spider crawl out from under the bedclothes. I'm still in the bed. Not for very long, I need to point out. I have never moved so fast in my life. But, yeah. I also had one where I was reading a book. I'm dyslexic. I don't do much reading of books. And the reading of the book arguably is not relevant. But there's me sitting in bed, minding my own business. And one fell on my shoulder. It didn't just kind of dangle down and gently land there. No. It fell on me. Once again, I teleported out of that bed. I mean, Usain Bolt was slow compared to me getting out of that bed. Like you, I have gone for a bath and there's been, you know, kind of like, you know, the big spider from Arachnophobia, you know, the 20-foot job kind of thing, looking at me and kind of going, you got any sausages and egg for breakfast? And I've gone kind of, no, and fled because, you know, that was not a thing. I don't have a problem with spider. If there was a spider literally kind of here, I do not have a problem with that as long as he stays still or preferably walks away. Coming towards me, no. Just no. It's not happening, and it becomes kind of me or it. And I remember I had one on my stairs, and it was quite a big bugger. I mean, you know, I could see his eyes, and he was kind of giving me the finger. Oh no. Oh no. I will also back that up with my dad went to Africa and he got bit by some shit and obviously, you know, he reacted to it. No big surprise. But he got bitten by something in the UK. Now, we can't prove it was spider, we can't prove what it was, but he got bit. Yeah, thanks for the new fear on that one. I now live where spiders are quite prevalent. I mean, to be honest, I'm quickly looking around. I can't actually see any in here. But there's certainly one in the hall. Because, well, I've seen him. And as long as he stays in the hall, I don't necessarily object to his existence. Although I do feel he should pay rent. But I had one once, and it was on my stairs, and it was this big, hairy thing with kind of like muscles and, you know, doing bench presses with, you know, kind of 50 kilo weights or something. And it was on the stairs. And I could go upstairs, because, you know, hopefully, because I can always skip that one. And I kind of wanted him to move so that I would feel more comfortable, because, well, obviously. And ding dong, it was my neighbour. Well, actually, technically, it was my neighbour's husband. And I kind of went, you all right with spiders? And he went, what? And I went, well, I'm not bad with spiders. I mean, I'm not currently screaming, but is there any chance you could move him? And he went, holy fuck, that's big. And he he really regretted saying that he was okay with spiders, because this thing was huge. We do get big spiders here, because we get garden spiders, and they are 99% leg, but of course it means they're like 2-3 inches wide, including legs. I think it was during COVID when I did it as well, actually. But I don't mind spiders, and I don't necessarily want them all to die. I just don't really want them near me. I mean, you know, go and live in the garden. You can infest, you know, a corner of my garden, and I will not have it hold it against you. Just don't come in my house. It's my house. I paid for it. It's got my shit in it. And I don't necessarily want to share. There's a reason I do not share with other people. I choose to share it with 2 dogs. That's plenty. I don't need pet spiders, you know? And so I am a little bit... I'm not good with spiders. I'm not the, oh my god, I've seen a spider the size of a pinhead and I'm going to scream the house down. But I am the, do not touch me, because I'll get the creeps. It is, but at the same time, as I said, I don't object to spiders, but I could not pick one up with my bare hands. Oh dear God, no. No, I would chop my hands off. I can chop my hands off and you can use those, but I am not, while they're attached to the rest of me, picking up a spider, right? I like everything, I have a limit, and exactly, it's the, I mean, as I say, it could be on the floor almost like waving at me, and that's fine, as long as you're not coming towards me. There is like a little, there's an air, I would say 2 meters. There's like a 2 meter circumference around me. If you are outside that and you're staying still or you're going away, you do that, that's fine. If you run into that zone, you're dead. Exactly. Anyway, you asked about, well, you mentioned the new square, so here is square number 1. Square number 1 has been completed, and this is what it looks like. And I'm really pleased with it. I mean, yes, there's plenty of mistakes, and I look at it, and nearly at the moment I look at it, I can see mistakes, right? But of course, part of it is because I know what I'm looking for. Part of it is because I know they're there, and obviously the more I look at it, the more I see, the more I remember where they are. But at the same time, I'm looking at the square on my tiny little kind of 2 by 2.5 inch bit on my monitor, and from here, i.e. the equivalent of a couple of paces away from the window kind of thing, it is not apparent. It is, you know, the mistakes are not obvious. There's a couple of kind of, like this bit, they're a little bit closer together than maybe they should be, but it is not blatantly, disgustingly, hideously wrong. It's not like you look at it and, you know, this square's kind of not deep enough and it's offset or something. You can, you know, it looks right, although this one's looking a little bit bunched up, but that's because it's on a pile of bobbins, to be honest. That's more about the angle. So from that point of view, I'm really pleased with it. I just need to do 17 more. Someone did say to me, oh, did you tie the knots and chop them off? Well, yes. And she went, there's another way. And she's explained a way to me. So what I need to do is I need to make a test piece of lace. I'm not just going to try it on a square to find out. Because my fear is, and she said, sew the ends in. Now, if you do any form of sewing, knitting, crocheting type thing, sewing in of ends is a thing. But when you're 99% whole, my fear of sewing ends in, well, exactly, I do all those things too. Now, with crochet, with knitting, even if you have 2 good sides, or 2 expected to be view sides, there is sufficient bulk that you can often put your threads through the middle of other threads and kind of hide it. Similarly, if you've got embroidery or sewing, there is the wrong side and you just don't look at it, and the front side is kind of opaque, therefore you cannot see any ends. Same with cross stitch. The back can be utter bedlam and it doesn't matter, it's what the front looks like. But with lace, because it's 99% hull and the bits between the hulls are made up of, infinitely small threads, there is no real bulk to hide an additional thread in. And my fear is, and I feel quite reasonable in this concern, is that if I take, let's say I take one of these pairs and I try and thread them away from the middle, that it will be bulky and it will look shit, because it will, right now, from a slight distance, the join line, which is here, by the way, is not screamingly obvious. I mean, closer up, it is obvious that there is something there, but, you do have to be fairly close and personal to it to, you can see it, and when you know what to look for, you do spot it reasonably easily. But logic states that there is a join, you can't necessarily make it 100% invisible. And to the point, this is arguably pretty damn good. I mean, there's a couple of bits. So we discussed here this first row of squares, because they were first row squares, got flattened on one side and they became more like triangles. And so when joining them, it was really hard because there wasn't a point, which is why under here there's an extra row of pins kind of halfway through between. So if you look at like this square here, if I zoom in, hang on, clonk, and zoom proper in. If you look at these squares here, I put a pinhole where the point of the square, because the squares don't form around these squares, the square bits kind of make the hole, the actual points are in between. And so by doing that, I've put a pinhole where the point of the square is to keep the point of the square, and to make it easier to to join it when we get round to the other end. But other than that, the join on this square, is reasonably invisible. I mean, I'm pretty, kind of happy with how it looks. So I don't really then want to make kind of fat bits the whole way up. Now, maybe it won't look so bad. Maybe it'll look bloody awful. The only way to find out is to try it. So, at some point, I will try it. I've obviously got till the end of this square to decide which way I want to do it. Do I want to keep doing this? Because obviously I could put this in a corner and kind of, ignore it. If all the others are far more immaculate, maybe I'll make another square and replace this one. I'm not sure I really want to do that, but, maybe it's an option, right? And obviously, ignoring a particular corner, but if I do this, as this was our test triangle, well, exactly, I can always make one more just because I've now decided I love the join so much better. But if I do this and kind of pat it down a little bit, you now get a bit more of an idea of how the final curtain's going to look, and there will be these kind of even squares between kind of the inner square, if you see what I mean. So I am feeling really kind of positive. I mean, obviously, as a net curtain, it is quite a dense net curtain, but I also knew that was a thing when I made it, so fine. It's not going to be one of these kind of like very sheer net, kind of invisible stocking kind of level kind of net curtains. It is very much going to be visible. Well, I'm putting a fair bit of effort into making it, because it's not it's not an afternoon job, it is months job, right? So I do kind of want it to be visible. You want it to be that when you walk past it, you look at it, that you notice it. You don't want it to be invisible. Now, obviously, being me, for example, one of the things that I've always tried to inspired to be is that, you know, for example, when I spin yarn, because I can spin and make my own wool, I want it to be so that people's first reaction is, oh my god, did you make that wool? It's all in, because it's fat and thin and lumpy and kind of, you know. I want it to be, you make the yarn as well? Oh my god, I'd never have guessed, right? That's kind of the reaction I want. So there are some things like making your own cake that you don't want it to look like you drop kicked it across the football field. You want it to look like you paid a lot of money for it and it was a professionally done job. But then there are things like this where you put body and soul into it for months. You don't want people to ignore it. You want people to look and go, where did you get that? And you go, oh, I made it. And they go, oh my god. You don't want them to just walk past it and not notice. Now, admittedly, mine's going to be upstairs and I don't have visitors, but that's not the point. You want it to be noticeable, because even for yourself, you want to see it. You don't want to walk past it and not notice. So I think being dense and obviously the dense will cast an interesting shadow, which also helps. So having the thick cloth stitch portions will help create a interesting shadow on the floor and wall, and also again kind of attract your eyes to it. So from that point of view, I really quite do it. To be honest, when I get going on my fat bolster cushion, and potentially make things in one piece, I did say potentially, I'm not guaranteeing it. I have, because I've already decided I am likely to make at least one net curtain, or at least a net curtain portion, and I'll explain why I said that in a minute, so that I can make one in one piece and see how I feel about that. But my windows here are, well, take the window I'm making for, which is 43 centimetres by 97. It's effectively made of one pane of glass, but with like a fake bar across the middle. So potentially, one of the things I have considered is in here, which is my sitting room and is obviously visible from downstairs and from the outside world, to make almost a net curtain for the top panes, the top halves of the windows, to give it so that from the outside you naturally look at the net curtain, not through the window, because it's the first thing you see. So I have considered doing that, and then I'd need 3 for in here. I have also, and this is my brain cells going, yeah, considered making a net curtain for the 2 panels of my patio doors in here, and potentially for the weaving room, so that the birds stop flying into them. Because that's a thing too. So I have considered that as well. We're about to do ads. So ads will come in a couple of minutes. So it's time to get back to doing a little bit more lacing and rather than chatting. Although chatting is good for the soul, of course. And we like chatting. Because I like peoples to talk to. Let's do that. Okay. I love when it says ad starting soon and like 3 minutes later it still hasn't done it. There they go. Hopefully you're all back now. So yes, something else I find very confusing is I don't know whether it's purely an OBS thing or what, but the number of viewers, the number of people in chat, the number of everything, just none of it ever seems to add up. I don't know where half these numbers come from because, you know, yesterday it was telling me I had like 11 people, but I'm not sure who they were or what they were doing because I'm not sure they were here. You know, probably lurking, but lurkers are allowed. I've nothing against a good lurk, but it's kind of a bit weird. Which is part of the reason I was really so sad that I needed some food and needed to stop, because I had, according to Twitch, I had so many people compared to normal, and it was kind of like, but they'll all go away. And then, of course, my headache came on, and I didn't really fancy staring at this bright light quite so much. So I decided not to stream again, although I wanted to. I've also got something else. Now, for those who remembered that I was getting... I'd ordered some cross stitch to do in between making the the squares so that my brain wouldn't get fed up with making squares and remembers that I ordered Winnie the Pooh. Well, I also ordered this. That's right, she says, looking for it. I ordered this because, well, I thought this would be useful. This is a much smaller piece of work, which is supposed to be, basically, it makes a pincushion. The only downside with this, and I mean this genuinely, is I'm going to claim that the instructions are the... Well, exactly. And so I really thought that would be quite nice. And this one, I mean, there were a couple. But the only problem I have with this, and bear in mind, I am not a cross-stitcher extraordinaire. I mean, I understand the principles. So, this is what it's supposed to look like. This is the contents, which frankly is a cloud of nothing. I have actually got some crushed walnut stuff, which is good for sharpening pen, which is good. It comes with a few different coloured beads. There's 3 different colours by the looks of it. Although I'm sure it says 5 on the outside of the packet. There are 6 different thread types. And clearly number 3 is the most popular. Amazon. Seriously, Amazon. Amazon sell them, and they sell them for nothing. And they do different grades of squished walnuts. So I got the finest squished walnuts, and I think I got half a kilo, and it was like £2 or £3. So I have more than plenty of... But my problem is this. Well, none of us are rich, let's put it that way. And I shelled out to a thing to move my camera, so it's a bit more in the middle of my thing, so I'm definitely not rich right now. But, as you can see, I've kind of marked out the middle. It's here. But it gives me, she says, getting rid of the instructions for a second. It gives me this pattern. Hang on. It's a really big piece of paper for a small bit of cloth, right? It gives me this pattern. Clearly, obviously, not to size. And wants a 2 centimetre gap. Oh, you can't quite see that. A 2 centimetre gap. Let me check my thingies where it should be. Yeah. A 2 centimetre gap between the 2 halves. I assume so you can cut it. But you see, I'm confused. Because what it doesn't say... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... is it says that this is supposed to be 8 centimetres by 8 centimetres, which I assume these squares are then centimetres, because nowhere does it say these are inches or centimetres, by the way. Literally nowhere is the word centimetre other than kind of like here mentioned. It mentions, obviously, you know, so for example, the English instructions are here. And it says, find the centre of the canvas. Fine. Combine it with the design centre shown by the arrows on the coloured charts. The distance between the 2 sides, S1 and 2, is 2 centimetres. The colours of the charts do not correspond to the threads. That's fine. The work is made in coloured tables. This is a 1-strand thing. This is a 3-strand thing. This is a seed bead with 1 thread. The filled in ones are beads with 1 thread. So how's that fucking different? Detach the threads from the Moulin Lee, which I assume is the thread doody, because I've never heard it called that, but the thread doody. And the work will look all good, obviously, if you keep going in one direction. Avoid making knots. Running stitch should be done in 2 steps, first one direction and then the other. I think you mean back stitch, because that's the picture you show. Sew on the beads using a fine needle and according to the things. Seam a back stitch along the perimeter of each part of the embroidery with the thread. Cut the embroidery details, keeping a seam allowance of 1 centimetre. iron the allowances to the reverse side, fold the embroidery so that the reverse side is inside, well, having combined the points, sew along the perimeter with a thread, fill the item with the filling provided, make sure it goes up to the edges, sew up and tie up the item, job done. At no point does it say inches or centimetres for the pattern, right? And the centre, according to the thing, obviously is kind of the 2 centimetre gap. To be honest, I'm not so fussed about doing this bit on the bottom. The reason being, it's the bottom. So I'm not so fussed about that side as much. I mean, I will be interested to do this because obviously it kind of rolls around the edges so you can see those bits. But obviously I need to do this bit. I need to have the 8 centimetre square bit. I'm assuming it's centimetres. But if you measure this thing, so... Exactly, so I'm not so worried about doing the actual middle bottom fancy kind of shitty bit because, well, it's in the middle. But you see, this thing, bear in mind, the pattern to pattern with the 2 centimetre gap in the middle will be 18 centimetres. Well, this is 18 centimetres. That's a lot of spare. So surely it would just be easier to start in one corner and do an 8 centimetre square and then like the opposite corner and do an 8 centimetre square and not care. I mean, to be honest, yeah, I mean, that's 20 centimetres. So if you took... Well, and this is the problem. I think it's quite anal. Probably not best for my first dance, but it is small, so that's a good thing. I'm sure I read it somewhere that it was frightening. I'm pretty sure I read that it was 25 count. Hang on. I think it's on this bit. Hang on. I think it's on here. But I thought this being small rather than Pooh Bear, who is... hang on. Extract. This is Pooh Bear. Pooh Bear is 27 by 54 centimetres. But Pooh Bear is only made out of about 6 different colours. So there isn't a lot of colour fannying and large blocks of plain colour. So from that point of view, a lot easier. Plus, Pooh Bear is also... if I extract this, they've marked the squares and the colours of things on the actual fabric, and it's fatter fabric, so it's a lower count anyway. So from that point of view, well, it does, but what I mean is that this one has nothing. It is just a scrap of fabric. I mean, it has got minor holes in it. I can see that close up. But the truth of the matter with this one is, it would have been so much nicer if, like you said, they'd bothered to print a grid or something on it. Because even if they'd just stamped a grid on it and said, this is the outside of these are the 2 squares, work inside these squares, you've got something to work from, right? You've got, whereas from here... I know that you pros all just get going and, it's second hand to you. But for us numpties who, I made a bookmark out of 3 crosses per inch or something. It really was quite horrendously large crosses when I was a kid. And that's kind of it. I'm not exactly a seasoned cross stitcher here. But I think this said it was 25 count. Hang on. And it says... Here you go, colour chart, 25 count coloured Zygarde Lugina fabric. So, possibly not the best start, but being small and useful object at the end of it, the Winnie the Pooh would go to the ex-husband as a present at some point in life. This is true. Hang on a moment then. Let's go blind. One moment to find out. Now the thing is that the squares that they show on their chart are 10 by 10, not say 25 by 25. So do you go from hole to hole or thing to thing? Because, well, that's interesting. It goes from hole to bar of things. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 25 to the inch. So it's 10. Obviously, 10's 10. You can't really change it. So, but then it's not worth measure. I can't really measure it in centimeters because, well, it's not even in half inches. It's 80 holes. So that's 4.5 inches. No, 3.5 inches. Which is 9 centimeters. That can't be right. Because it's not. Yeah, but I've got to leave 2 centimeters in between it. It says, or at least, like, it should say at least 2 centimeters. Let's truly be honest. I think that's the answer. Is ignore the 2 centimeters in the middle. Now I know that everyone says start in the middle. But they're starting in the middle. But when there's supposed to be a fucking like nearly an inch gap in the middle, you don't start in the middle, do you? Because there's an inch gap in the middle. You have to start to one side. So I think the obvious answer is to kind of bear in mind, knowing that it's going to be about. Hang on. Let me. Well, you see, this is what I mean, is if they'd done a stamp that kind of said, here are your squares, it would have been so fucking helpful. Even if it's made of the faintest shit that's almost a dotted line and all of that kind of stuff, even if they just mark like the corners or something, just mark out something, would have been helpful. So we know that, hang on, we know, let me mark my middle. Hang on. My middle square is that one. So this is the middle of my thing. Ah, fucking bastard. That's the middle. That's not the middle. Pretty sure that's not the middle. Hang on. I have got a little iron thing. I could iron it. Bite me. I've marked the middle one way, but this way has not marked as well. So hang on. The middle is that hole there. I am kind of scientific in my thing, so this is the middle hole, just there. And they want at least 2 centimeters gap in the middle. So how many holes? 1, 2. Okay, so there's... It does work. There are 10 things to a centimetre. 10 holes a centimetre, so you can measure it. So, in theory then, as the thing is 27.5 centimetres long, and I only need, well, technically 20, because it's 18 plus 1 centimetre either end. So as I've got a shitload of space, as the phrase goes, and going the other way, I also have fairly, because I've got an extra 0.5 centimetre, so I can go, I start 1.5 centimetres in. I could do it either way. I could almost do one end. If I did it this way round, I have so much spare fabric I do not know what to do with myself. And being the queen of not wishing to waste things, it is very tempting to do it towards one end and have a bookmark's worth at the other. Because. Now, let me lift this up and keep this pin in there because that denotes the middle at the head end. And that denotes a centimetre. That doesn't matter quite so much. But let's put... I understand how to put them together. That I actually was going to do it without a pattern. I was actually going to make one myself because I know it's 2 squares. You chonk them round and in the middle. That bit, I am highly mathematical. I'm a computer programmer in my spare time, so logic I do. Logic and I have long-standing. Hence, actually, I overthink things because my brain goes, "Well, that's really simple. You do this." Then the rest of my brain goes, "Well, it can't be that fucking easy," and then I'm off. I spend weeks overthinking things because my brain's going, "Well, it can't be that simple. You must have got it wrong. You must be wrong about that. There must be something more than that." Because, people spend years perfecting that and your brain's going, "I can't see how. How can it be more complicated?" And so I almost lay awake wondering how, no offence to the rest of the people in the world, but sometimes I wonder how some of these people, remember to breathe in the morning. Because it seems so mind-numbingly obvious. And I've got to remember that, I've actually got an IQ of 174. So, to the rest of the world, So, I can be really stupid, don't get me wrong. I have moments of sheer stupidity that only I can be that dumb. But at the same time, I can also be really clever and it just goes, "Yeah, I know that." And you're kind of going, "Well, that's obvious," which is why I suffer in training courses, because basically by the time they've read out what they're going to teach us, my brain's already worked out how to do it, and it's kind of like, "Oh, we're here for a whole week, are we? Oh, shit." I have been threatened to be thrown out of training courses before now, for that very reason, because my brain's gone, "Yeah, I know that. There was one, I went on a particular, it was a database of sorts, language, and this woman was their chief trainer, and she thought a lot of herself, and it was back in the 80s, so yeah, that's what I'd do. Exactly, and that's my thought, is that if I think about it, I need... Where's my tape measure gone? I know that I can do the lengthwise across the short... You can't really see that. I know that... I'll move it up a bit more. They've given me this large piece of fabric. This is 21 centimetres. Well, the two sides, side by side, only need 20 centimetres, because 8 plus 8 is 16. Add 2 centimetres for 1 centimetre either side as your hem allowance. So I only need 20 centimetres. So I've got enough this way. So now I only need 10 centimetres this way. That's like half of it. I don't need the other half. Now I can make 2. Except for the threads. I could make 2. I could go onto Amazon, buy a shitload of different coloured threads, and do another one in another colour scheme. It just seems lunacy to waste it and kind of do it in the middle and then chop it out. And I was watching, there was a short type thing of a woman who'd done some needle punching, and she made a frog, and she'd done the frog in the middle like this. She then chopped it out, and then she glued it to some felt in the middle of a piece like this, and then chopped out. And I'm kind of sitting there going, "Well, aren't you rich? How can you not at least do it towards the edge, so that, how do you live with yourself like that?" So yeah, I have intentions on using because 10 centimetres takes me to, hang on, seriously, 10 centimetres takes me to here. There's almost, there's another one and a bookmark out of this fabric. Seriously, I am not going to waste. I am not going to waste this. Not when I can make a bookmark and another one out of it. I'm not stupid. So yeah, I'm not likely to, I'm good at following instructions, but like I said yesterday, about always ask the lazy person, right? Lazy people are really good at knowing how to be efficient. And to be honest, poor people know how to make the most of what they've got. It's a natural instinct. You instantly become frugal and you instantly look on ways to save without losing out, make you better use of what you've got. And I grew up with, I never realised at the time, because I was a child, I did not realise until I was an adult how poor we had been as a family. Now, I knew that my friends got more pocket money, and I won't say I wasn't a little bitter as a child that they got more money than I did. But at the same time, it never dawned on me that my parents couldn't afford it. I just thought that they didn't want me to have it. And I have lots of reasonings for that, and some of them may be best discussed with a shrink. But I never realised how poor my parents were. My dad was a carpenter, but my dad's full-time job was he worked for a bank and it wasn't quite accounting, but it was financial, obviously. But the moment he was out of work, he was doing crafty things, and nearly always woodworking, for other people. And I assumed, much like I'm doing this because I fucking can, he was doing the same. He was not. I can tell you that when my dad retired, his income was £23,000 a year before taxes, right? Which is barely more than minimum wage today. Now, obviously, he retired 24 years ago. But it's barely more than minimum wage today. Now, obviously, back then it bought you a bit more, but he was not a rich man. On top of that, my mother didn't work at all, not in the early days. So the only thing that bought our house, that ran our house, that clothed us, that bought the musical instruments that I did, that paid for wherever we went. We didn't really go on holiday, by the way. In fact, we didn't go on holiday. In fact, we went on holiday twice. My dad and my mother refused to come. But everything we had was paid for out of my dad's salary. Now, I was aware at quite an early age that my mother took out of his account, or a shared stroke his account, £200 a week for housekeeping. So for food, clothes, literally everything. Well, £23,000 barely is more than that in your pocket. To get £1,000 a month in your pocket, you need to earn about £16,500. So he would have had about 150 quid left after my mother had taken out £1,000 a month. He was paying the mortgage. He was paying all the bills. He was paying. So we did not have money. And the way he afforded more of the things like my musical instruments was doing the second job. He also did accounting for a friend of his. Now, I don't know whether they became friends because he did the accounting or he did the accounting because he was a friend, but he did the accounting for a particular firm, and they obviously paid him for it. And when he was doing that, he would be really pissy, and you had to leave him alone. And I was very aware of that. And he did a couple of other people's, I think, as well at one point. But he was not doing it because he could. He was not doing it because he fancied some extra money. He was doing it because we needed it. And I never realised that until after he died. And then it became really apparent to me. It's just one of those kind of, middle of the night thoughts kind of thing. It dawned on me, he'd not done it because he could, because he fancied a bit, he wanted to go blow it on something. He did it because he had no choice. And I felt really guilty for all the things as a child that I kind of gone, I really want. Now, you see, part of the reason I knew we were poor, I was aware that we were not the same as others, more accurately, was that come Christmas time, our local church, for which my mother used to drag me, almost kicking and screaming as a small child, and as an older child, I went deliberately because I would go because it was approved of by my parents. And the best way for me to do it was that I would sing in the choir or ring the church bells, because that way I didn't have to stand next to my mother. So I did that from the age of 13. But prior to that, Christmas Day, when you went to service, whether you went to the 8 o'clock silent mass, actually silent mass was a bit different, there weren't usually children except for me, and the one time I did the biggest, loudest fart in living history in the sweet spot of the church, so it echoed all the way around it. Thank you very much. But the 9 o'clock, the 9:15, and the 10 and like the 11 o'clock masses that were held. I say masses. We are not Catholic. We were High Church of England, so we had fathers, we had masses, but we were also Church of England, so we, according to everyone else, we only have priests, but we also had nuns, so bite me. Hence I grew up very confused. But both of those services on Christmas Day invited children to show off a present. And of course you get all these kids, and my parents knew that I couldn't not have one because that would show them up something chronic. But that was the only present I got. That was it. I might get a couple of really tiny things like, pairs of sock and a pair of pants or something, but I would get one reasonable present a year. Everything else was a bar of soap, one of those tiny little envelope and pieces of paper stationery sets, but they would be from other people. They would not be from my own family. So I got one thing, and it was always something my mother had made. So it hadn't really cost them specifically money, because making things back then was cheaper. So now 9 times out of 10 it was a stuffed toy, and don't get me wrong, some of them were huge. Gobo was fucking bigger than me. Gobo was a goblin, by the way, and he had a broom handle literally up his arse, because that's how it was needed to hold him. He was so big. He stands about 3.5 feet tall. Okay, so some of them were really big. But what they were dummy runs for things for her making for a local shop, and she made a few quid at one point doing that. She then got bored of it, like she got bored of everything else. But realistically, that was the only present I got. I didn't get anything else. And so when you'd hear these kids of, oh, I got a bicycle, and I got this, and I got that, and I got this, and I got that, my brain's going. And then someone go, what did you get, Liz? And I go, I got a stuffed toy. And they kind of look at me waiting for the rest of it, and it'd be kind of like, oh, I got some pants and some socks and a bar of soap and a bottle of talcum powder, and they'd kind of be looking at you going, okay, weirdo. It ostracised me as a child. And so, I became very aware as a child that we were different to other people, but I didn't realise that we had to be different from other people. I thought my parents chose to be different. Especially when I got into music, and it turned out I was quite good at playing the flute, so my parents, to encourage me, bought me a solid silver head for my flute, which back then cost nearly £1,000. So that was a lot of money for my parents to find. And then someone buggered around with it at school and stabbed it with a compass, and that was, my parents were really upset by that. And part of me was kind of like, well, why do you care? It's my flute. I didn't realise that it was maybe they hadn't declared it on the insurance, or, even if the insurance company were kind of going, well, you shouldn't have taken it to school, kind of thing. I never asked them. But, they were desperately upset by that. So yes, it was one of those things is that I didn't realise just how broke we were until years later. In comparison, I am far richer than my parents ever were. Between the pair of them. I'm not rich, but in comparison, I am considerably richer than the pair of them, which is kind of sad, really. Because, you know, my dad worked really, really hard, and got fuck all money for it. But part of the reason, as we all know, is that you have to jump companies to get more money of any decent chunk. You know, you hardly ever get a decent... Even if you get promoted in a company, you hardly ever get the same rise you would if you'd gone for that job at another company. So, and he stayed all of his life at the same bank. So I'm not saying he brought it upon himself, because I, like my dad, would have the expectation that, you know, whatever job you're doing, you get paid as the same as everyone else doing that job. Why should you get less because you didn't come from another company? I do think my dad was a bit more autistic than we gave him credit for. My mother certainly was a weirdo. And as a result, not too surprisingly, so am I. But yeah, the world is a funny place. But yeah, Jay-Z, I will poke you on Discord for a bit of advice, because, you know, my gut reaction is to, you know, leave a reasonable seam allowance at the edge, but do it close to one edge and corner to kind of A, start somewhere simple, and B, to, you know, so that it's frugal with what I've got, because there certainly looks to be enough cloth there to make another one and a bookmark. So bucket if I'm making it in the middle. Screw that. Well, to be honest, I kind of get starting in the middle, because obviously if you put it in a frame, the middle is more easy to start, right? But at the same time, if you fuck up finding that middle enough, you're not going back to start that again, are you? So, you know, let's be real. Once you've started and done like an inch square of it, chances of you undoing all of that and starting again, it's not happening. So whatever you've got, you're now living with. You might as well start in a corner. And and to be honest, starting in a corner is much more my kind of thought as well. But if nothing else, planning it out from the corner and you know, definitely seems like a sensible idea. And starting in the corner, well, that's definitely a good plan. So I am absolutely understanding that. And of course, one of the advantages is that because you're making two halves, it doesn't matter. I mean, A, they're symmetrical, but it also doesn't matter whether you do that way or that way or that way or that way, because you're sitting there going, well, as long as I make it so that it ends the right way round and I'm not, you know, trying to work backwards or something, and I'm doing it from the back and the mirror image, does it matter? No. You need to do them all in the end, so... And so, yeah, I starting in the corner is definitely an option for me. I'm all for a bit of that. And as I say, I bought it so that I can do a little bit of something different to keep the brain cells from panicking because they're constantly making the same triangles. Because obviously, if I do too much the same, there's a significant chance of screwing up due to fatigue. Of I did this 2 minutes ago, I can't need to do this again. And getting kind of too familiar with it and boredom and all that kind of stuff. So I am... Well, exactly. And as you say, centre starts just sound chaotic. Now, one thing I will say is that I can kind of understand to an extent why a centre or a more centerised start can be a thing. So, for example, if you have those Q-snap frames, which I've ordered one, by the way, the problem with those is that obviously you need sufficient fabric at the edge so that it goes round so you can hang on to it. 1 centimetre ain't necessarily going to cut it, because... But obviously if you only leave 1 centimetre, then... Well, there isn't a lot for the Q-snap to hang on to. There is a solution to that, and of course that's sew it to a large piece of fabric, but that's just my head doing the, well, there's an easy way out of that. You know, so for example, if I... Exactly! I mean, for example, she says, hang on, if I pop this, hang on, I have... Well, you see, I have paranoia of how all these things can go wrong. My brain is a very naturally negatively thinking brain, and the first thing it does is think of 1,001 ways it can go terribly, terribly wrong. So, for example, I have this rather ugly grey purpley piece of cloth. I have no love for this grey purpley piece of cloth. It's just a grey purpley piece of cloth. I bought a pile of fat quarters. It came in it. Now, I do have a knockoff Q-snap. Look, there it is, look. Right, and I need to shove it a bit more in the bottom because it's got a gap. There we go. A bit more snap. So, if I go back to my magic piece of thing now, and I pull out the... My problem is that I have almost an allergy to a lot of printed patterns because it loves to be flowers, and I do not want flowers on all my shit. Thank you very much. So, for example, if we wanted to do this in a corner, it's going to be very difficult to snap this in the corner without adding something to it. So if I put that here, like this, I'm going to have to work really close to the Q-snap in the corner, right? For example. Oh, no, it's not straight. Bite me. Right. If I'm trying to... I mean, it doesn't have to be held that tightly after all. It just needs to be held. So, you know, let's not pretend that it needs to be, you know, drum tight here. Let me put these on. Like this. And then the other end like this. Which has a bit more fabric to it. Make it a bit taller. So like this, there is, you know, I would end up being quite close to the Q-snap here to start my work. But there are worse things in the world. There are definitely worse things out there. She says tightening it so it's a bit more flat. But, you know, there are worse things. There are definitely worse things. And, you know, I would be what I will do is probably draw the squares on with a bit of pencil. I'm sure that's heresy, but draw the squares on with pencil so that I know where the squares are and where the lines are, and that I've kind of committed to understanding where everything's going. But knowing that I only need 10 centimetres, I mean, that doesn't even take us almost to there. So it literally kind of fits in this section here, because this is the 6-inch one? Yeah. 6 or 8-inch one, I can't remember. It was cheap, it was on Amazon. I live off Amazon, so, you know. If you ever want to know where I got something, if you assume Amazon, you're probably right. The only things that don't come from Amazon are my lace supplies, and even some of those can come from Amazon, but bobbins and stuff don't tend to, because the bobbins on Amazon are the shitty ones, so they're usually made out of plastic. But, you know, I could do that. I just fear that I need to do it right, and, you know, I would want to put, as you say, mark the corners, to make sure that I know where I'm going, where I'm starting. Personally, it would be good to draw the lines, to actually draw the squares, so that your brain doesn't, mass think it and panic later. But it is that kind of, there's just too much of it to be wasting, really. I'm not convinced that this Q-snap is great, because it's not that good at holding, which is where the piece of grey cloth was a minute ago, just as my experimental how to hold, how well does it hold some cloth. Now, obviously, to be honest, cloth stitch cloth is much thicker than that, but it was not very good at holding it, so I do have some concerns that this is not, as it's not a genuine Q-snap, it is the knockoff kind of cheap Q-snap, that I do need a proper one. So I've actually ordered a proper one, just to be fair to it. And I think that's part of the thing, is like everything, sometimes the knockoff things are good, sometimes knockoff things are not. And if you have doubts, you create your, as I've said, I've lived with my brain cell a long time. And if it's got doubts, it can create its own problems by not believing. And so sometimes I kind of need to prove to myself. But I managed to ordered a small Q-snap, a proper Q-snap one. And so if I can see that these are, that this make is perfectly good, because to be honest, I think they're about the same price. So I might as well buy an original one. Or maybe the knockoff is better. Who knows, right? The only reason I'm a bit concerned about this one, and you'll be able to answer this then. So, the inside of these have grooves and nodules. That's obvious. But this is smooth. I expected that to also have grooves to help with the bite, shall we call it. And it kind of concerns me that these are smooth, because then there's nothing for the bite to bite onto. Now, obviously, if I have some thick fabric that I can attach the crochet fabric, the cross-stitch fabric to, then obviously, it's going to work better, because it's got the extra thickness of the fabric with the bite that clamps down on it, and it makes it, grip onto it. But when it's got kind of like small edges to be grabbing onto, this thin grey stuff, for example, yes, you got caught around a pin. Yes, I could fold it in half. I had thought of things like that. So, for example, even painter's tape. I mean, for example, I have a big thing of painter's tape, right? Because it's slightly textured. I mean, this is not very textured, but even that, just that slight bit of texture rather than the silky smooth, extra greased feeling. Because, I mean, let's put it this way. If I try to hang on to this, my hands can sling down, irrelevant what I'm doing. And I'm thinking that, like the stuff they do after blood doning and stealing your blood for things, that kind of papery one that's almost like painter's tape but not quite. But even that, even if you can't do that, even if all you can get hold of is more like this stuff, because this stuff would be probably a little bit too grippy, because obviously it's got the fabric outside and that might be a bit much. I know that's actually a big plaster, but you know what I mean, because it's on my toe, because I buggered my toe. My toe is better today. Yeah, that's the stuff. It's the white kind of almost paper tape thing. Yeah, I know the ones. I have seen plenty of that stuff. So, you know, stuff like that. I definitely imagine that putting something like that around this would make a huge world of difference. Just because you want it to have You need both sides of it having a bit of grip, and at the moment, this inside, as I say, if I grip this with as hard as I can and put it against my stomach, my hands still slide down it. So clearly, it is not grippy, because it is shinier than, well, it's not shiny, but it has no grip. Whereas the insides of this are ribbed for her pleasure. No, sorry, they have ribbing, and obviously, you know, that adds grip. But this doesn't. If this was also ribbed, it would probably work so well, right? Because obviously the two things would grip a bit against each other, and obviously trap things, but also, of course, the cloth would even out the grips. But it just seems really weird that it's. I mean, obviously it's cheaply made, but I mean, I remember my dad. My dad used to do tapestries rather than cross stitch. Basically, it's the same shit. Tapestry is basically cross stitch with only one leg. That's kind of the easiest way to explain the difference. But he did tons of them, and I've got a load of the ones that he did. Don't get me wrong. Because when obviously he died, I rescued the things that he made, bar the chuffing boats. Now, my ex-husband will tell you that I was evil with those boats. I sold them, and he was furious. My ex-husband was furious that I sold them, because one of them was a 3-foot tugboat, 3 feet of the bloody thing. And when I say my dad made them, he made them in the same way you would make a real boat, just out of infinitely small pieces. So he would cut balsa wood planks and put, you know, to make a deck. He would individually plank and nail, or stroke pin, because obviously you can't use proper nails because, well, it's tiny. He would individually pin every plank down. Individually, he would rig and with like purple tacking cotton, all of the rigging for the sails. And don't get me wrong, I remember my dad making them, and it was kind of fun to watch. Kinda. As a child, watching my father he was either at work, in his woodshed swearing, so you avoided him, doing accountancy, fucking run, or he was doing something like his tugboats and not spending it with me. So from my point of view, it was really hard to watch. I mean, it was kind of interesting, but it was also kind of hard to watch because he didn't spend time with me. And, well, my mother made it quite clear she never wanted children. So, and I was an only child. So let's leave it as that. There was not a lot of love in our family, and it meant that I found it very difficult. And why are you coming from up there? Okay. I found it very difficult because, you know, it felt like neither of my parents wanted me. And I was definitely to be seen and not heard. So I had a difficult childhood in that respect. And watching him spend time making those bastard boats and not spending time with me hurt. Sometimes more so than others. So the big tugboat he made when he was diagnosed potentially with angina, and he had 6 months off work because they all thought he was going to die. And he spent that entire 6 months making the tugboat and still not spending time with me, even though he knew he was potentially dying. And so I found that very difficult. So I associate those tugboats with a lot of bad feelings. So I didn't want them. And I also didn't want to see them in someone else's house. So I had them sold with the rest of the stuff from his estate, just because I didn't want to see them around. But Trev really wanted them. And it's kind of like, no, you don't, Trev. They collect dust. They're just fucking minging. They're fragile as fuck. They really are. You breathe near these things and bits fall off, right? You really don't. I've lived with these things. You don't want to do that. You know, a slight breeze and a bit falls off. You know, it's just not good. So from that point of view, but they were fascinating on the grounds of watching how real boats were made, but in miniature. So he had to soak bits of wood so that he could bend them, and like they do the real ones. You know, it truly was kind of interesting, but it was taking away the dad that I could have been doing something with and enjoying time with, rather than... So there was a bit of resentment. Again, probably best talked with Shrink, but, you know, it is that kind of thing. So, I mean, I've always had that kind of problem in my life, is that, you know, it's like, I'm sitting here doing lace making, talking to you lot. I am not spending it with my dogs. Now, you see, that's the kind of memories I wanted with my dad. If my dad could have done it with me, it would have been different. Now, there was one occasion where I was asked to come and hold something while he did something. But I was not very old, and it was kind of late, and I had a lot of energy at a time when my dad was probably quite poorly, but he was trying to keep it from me. So I'm sitting there, and my dad's bending these infinitely small pieces of wood that are actually quite brittle at the best of times, because balsa wood is not known for its strength. And he'd be bending it, and I'd go, snap! Now, as we all know, this is a highly irritating childlike behaviour. And frankly, while I did not get a slap out of it, it was kind of a miracle I did not. He did caution me, and I did do it one more time, and I think the ground swallowing me would have been a better look. It was not pleasant, and I didn't do it again, funnily enough. I was not helpful. It's part of the reason I have dogs. My childhood, my company was the dog. So I feel at home with dogs. I spent all my time with the dog. So I'll spend my time now with the dog. But you see, but as I was going, in doing this, I'm not spending time with my dogs. Dogs live very short lives. But here I am spending my time, chucking bobbins and bits of string around. Surely I should be doing dog things. The fact that they're asleep is by the by. But, did I not finish that row? How did I not finish that row? Time to finish that row. So yeah, I don't want to do that to my dogs. I'd never have done that to my children. Actually, I probably would have done it to my children. I would have done to my children what my parents did to me, but which was basically treat them as slave labour and basically say amuse yourself, or if you break it, you've lost it. Shame that. And my parents were not the most sympathetic of people. Adds in 1 minute, so just for your own for your own knowledge. Cleaning. What is this cleaning you speak of? Who wants to do that? No. Can't be doing that. There are far better things in the world to be doing than cleaning. That's the other thing, of course, is, well, if I'm doing this, I'm not doing other dull things and adulting, as the phrase goes. I'm not domesticated, so... But enjoy, have a good clean if this is what floats your boat. Strange person, you. I know there are people who enjoy cleaning. It's just not me. And if I ever say I enjoyed cleaning, please shoot me. using the rope thing from earlier. Right. I need a drink. There we go. Ads. Dear, is Sir waking up from his nap? What's the matter, Rory? Looked like you lost a penny and you lost a pound and found a penny. What's the matter? Oh, you just need to go back. You just need to find a new spot. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Just in time to have finished the ground block I was doing. So, let's poke some pins. Try not to bend them, because, well, let's face it, I do that pretty well anyway. And possibly this side. I don't know how far I got down this side. Like that. As well for the moment. And then let's do some of these. So before someone asks, why am I pushing these down? It's because I'm going to keep these in till the very, very end. Because they hold it still. Which is a great and glorious thing. But what I can do now, which is a bit I love doing, to be honest, is let's cover you up with something for a moment. Anything will do. Cover you so that you don't roll around so much when I put my hand on it. Is we pull these pins out because we don't need these pins. Although that looks like you're missing one. You are, so we're going to take this pin, put you back in because you somehow have come out. So we take you and we pull all these pins out, because this is when you get to see when you've screwed up, because until you take the pins out, due to the angle of visibility and many other aspects, playing spot the mistake is a lot harder. But kind of when you take the pins out, the first thing you see are all the mistakes you've made, usually at this point, because well, going back this far is not usually part of the deal. So now it is too late. Now is the time to be seeing them. Now, the truth of the matter is I could take the pins out a lot earlier. I really could. And in fact, a lot of lace makers do it so that you pull the pins out and plug them back, as you go. So you do crossy twist, you put you want a pin, so you pull one out the back, pop it in the front. That works very well, especially when your lace is a fairly straight piece of lace, on the simple grounds of you are neither gaining nor losing pins as you progress down the work. Therefore, when you take one out the top, you can place it in the bottom without a lot of concern. Whereas obviously I'm making a triangle, therefore as we go along we need more and more at the bottom. So from that point of view, it is difficult because you eventually need more pins. And you can run risks of having not enough pins to hold the form. So what I do is, because I work in little chunks, so for example, I say little, they're not always little in time or effort, but so I did this ground chunk, then I did the cloth section there, then I think I did this rose ground, then that cloth, and now I've done this ground bit. Well, so I can remove this bit on the grounds that there are no edges, and that's kind of my defining factor. I will not remove these until I've done beyond these two cloth stitch bits. I will not remove those until I've done the pins are a curse. As we know, we had dog catastrophe where turns out I've got 3 thicknesses of pins. Didn't know I had 3 thicknesses of pins. Thought I only had 2, so I thought I had spare ones. Turns out I didn't have these infinitely fragile, useless pins. If I'd known that these were quite so fragile, because if you actually go to the company who makes them, and I'll have to look up the name of them, but they tell you that these are bend-resistant pins. What the fucking bendy ones like then? Because these, I mean, seriously, if you almost hold these by the head, they almost bend as you look at them. So how bendy are the bear in mind these are bend resistant, admittedly not non-bendable, but they are bend resistant. How bendy are the bendy? So I do keep the edge ones in until I'm done. So Thursday night, when we were completing the square, I'm sewing in, and all around the edges and down the diagonal lines were all the pins. Just because it helps keep it all safe and straight, and it's not going to get stuck on something, it's not going to pull, it stops it getting damaged, and obviously as I work round I tend to cover it with a cloth to help with that as well. But I wouldn't remove these until I've done both those cloth bits, probably the top half up to about here of this ground bit, and possibly even this rose ground before I move that. In fact, I would do that rose ground before I move that. So once I do this, I will remove that. And I know that that's the paranoia, but it's better safe than sorry. And I've got quite a few pins. In fact, I've got an absolute shite load of the middle-sized pin, to which I really regret because they really don't bend that easily. Now, these are 0.4mm shaft pins. My middle pins are 0.5, so obviously they are 20% wider. I mean, think of it that way. And the fat pins, I say fat, they're not fat at all, are 0.65mm. So we are talking fractions of a millimetre, and it really is. The only true way you can tell what they are is by feel. These, even the heads of them, kind of, even though I've got fairly sensitive finger ends, you know, my rock climbing days are long since over, you know, I can barely feel the pin, I can just about feel the head. The medium ones have a much bigger head on them in comparison. So when they're in my fingers, hence I knew the first time I pick up that pin, that one stream that was really, really short when we dropped the pins, and I thought I'd sorted them, when I picked them up and thought that these, you know, these middle pins were more of the same, and I picked them up and they were wrong. You should have seen my face. Well, now obviously you can't because I cheat and you see an avatar version of me, but should have seen my face. I knew instantly they were the wrong kind of pins. My fingers just went, they're not right. And I was right, they're not right. And hence it was a short stream because I didn't have enough pins. They were all mixed in with the super fat ones, and I had to pay fat and thinsies. And it took me quite a while to pay fat and thinsies. Plus I also ordered some more pins immediately to add to the pin collection, which is basically the pins I've got here. And so, but these do bend so much, and to the point that I reckon almost every 4 or 5 squares I'm going to have to order more pins because we'll be running low on pins because they will have bent. They literally are useless. And there is a bit of me that goes, well, move up to the medium pin. I mean, it's 0.1 of a millimetre, really. Only you are going to see this. Only you will care that the holes in some of these things are 0.1 millimetre more. Really, will that kill you? And the answer is no, it won't. But I picked these pins because I didn't want it to show. These are the thinnest pins I could find. You can. Now, what you actually want is not stainless pins. You want nickel-coated. I spent far too long pricking it myself. Yes, I did. Because I printed my pattern. This is a Liz-generated pattern. I printed it out on the world's cheapest. I used to print it out on, I won't say expensive paper, because please do not consider it expensive, but standard pale green printing paper. And I've got 500 sheets of that shit. In fact, actually, it might be 1,000 looking at that. I'm looking at the pile. It's a good 2 inches. So I'm going to go, it's 1,000 sheets of paper. Because, well, you know, I was going to print them out. I've got a printer. It was fine. The problem is the pale green or pale blue, choice is yours, on camera was too close to the white thread. You couldn't really see it. So if you look at the very, very, very early videos that I've got up, you'll see it's green and the white disappears. Now, admittedly, it was also a different camera, but it disappeared. And I bought a handful of sheets of this really arse-numbingly cheap brown. It's called craft brown paper. It's like recycled toilet paper. It's all, you know, the brown, I swear that's where the brown comes from, right? It is rough to touch. It's got flecks of things in it. It's cheap. It is rough. It is nasty paper. But of course I laminate it. And then I prick holes in it. So I've got a pricker, and while sitting in meetings, I pricked this one anyway. In some mind-numbingly dull meeting, Now, those are the ones that I wanted. And I do have a pack of them, but I couldn't find more of them. So hence I've got these FOMO. Oh, they're not FOMO, but let me go and get the box. It's got the name of the plastic doodad. Hang on, and it's got the name of the company on it. So these were false ones, and as you can possibly see, well, and that's the thing, is I found various people selling them, but the only ones they seem to sell are the ones that are like 19mm long, and I like longer pins than that. So these ones are 26mm long and 0.4mm wide. These suck donkey balls. Do not approve. The medium ones are made by somebody else. I don't know why I'm doing this. I've got 3 lots of pins. Hang on. Let me go get to my pins. So, this is the predominance of my pin collection. I then have 3 tubs of these, which are prim ones, and these are these are 30mm long, which is a little long, but these are 0.5mm, so these are quite nice, and these do not bend anything like as readily as the 0.4s do. One of them's open. I think it's this one. There we go. So these ones, I mean, just to let me do the whole zoomy thing, right? Zoom. If I put, actually, let's get my dark cloth so that you stand a chance of seeing something. Dark cloth. If I put that one there, and then I put that one there. Lie down. And then this one, which is chunky. This is also a 26mm one. No, stop mating at the head. Stop joining. It's because it's not flat underneath with the bobbins. Let's find a flat patch. Hang on. Let's do that. Right. Let me move the camera a bit. Hang on. Right. These are my pins. Now, it's probably not that apparent, but if you look carefully, these are the wafer thin, and you can tell from the fact that this one's bent. These are the... I've got 3 punnets of those, so literally I've got 1, 2, 3 of those, and you get quite a few of those in there. They reckon there's at least 400 or something in each of these pots, so that's a lot of pins. I've got a lot of those, and the heads on those are definitely bigger. So for example, there's a hole. There'll be a hole around here somewhere. Hang on. There's a hole. There's a hole. So if you look at that, you can see the middle one, which is the fattest pin, has a huge head. The medium pin has a fairly reasonable head. These things are tiny. I mean, look at it compared to my finger. There's just nothing of it, right? These pins are tiny. But the medium pins, while a bit longer than necessary, takes a lot to bend one. I mean, for example, if I take the thin pin, because this one's already bent, literally next to no effort, bent it in half, right? If I take the medium pin, I am putting quite a lot of pressure on that, and yes, it has bent it slightly, but it only bent it slightly. The fat pin, which of course is not actually that fat, it's only 0.65mm. I mean, if I really try hard and I use both nails in the middle, But it is, you know, if I get, bear in mind I've got the hugest pot of the fat ones, so, you know, don't worry, I'm not short on pins. If I bend it the same way I was doing the other one, with my finger like this, I can't push any harder than that, and yes, it marginally threw it off centre. These thin ones bend by freaking breathing on them, and hence I'm hating them and regretting that I chose to go quite so thin. To be honest, I thought when I bought them I was buying 0.35mm ones. God help me if I'd done that, because so don't be needing that. I mean, they bend even more easily, and no, don't be needing that. But because I've got so many of the medium ones, it was really tempting when I started this square to upgrade to the medium pins, because, well, you know, I've got a crap load and they don't bend half as much. And being 0.1 of a millimetre, I mean, just how much can that actually show, right? So it is really tempting to change. I still may do that, to be honest, just for my sanity. That, and they're a lot cheaper, and you get a lot more of them. I mean, this is 2 pots of, well, nearly 3 pots of these fine pins, right? And just for scale, these fat ones that came in a tub, right? So, hang on, I need to zoom out for this. So the fat ones in the tub's nearly the same size as the fat ones. The fat ones came in this tub and they were about £6. These medium ones that come in the little kind of thinner pots, but there's quite a lot of pins rammed in here. There is, you know, if I shake them, they can barely move. And I've got 3 of those. I think they're £7 each or something. While these come in these really decent looking sized containers, you get like a pinch of pins. So this is 3 pots worth. Each pot, well, as you can see here, each pot is nearly £9. So that's the best part of 30 quid's worth of pins. And they bend because you looked at them funny. This is not a life I need to live. It is not something that the world needs to endure. And so I am excessively tempted to move up to the medium pin, just because it bends so much less and is 0.1 of a millimetre, whereas if you go up to the 0.65, well, that's 50% bigger. That's pushing it. That's kind of, well, it's 20, you know, it's more than 50%. It's like 60% bigger. I mean, it's just, no, we do not need to be making those kind of mistakes. These pins are glorious, don't get me wrong. These are hat pins, but you don't use them for actually holding your lace. You hold them for pivoting around, so a pin here would work quite well. Sorry, here would be quite well, so that because they're quite tall, you can pivot your bobbins around them. And I do use them on my bolster cushion as a pivot pin. You find a spot on the pattern that's not important and stab it in, and they wrap around that. But while these make tiny holes of delicate nature, sometimes the holes are quite nice. And so when I do my experiment of that test join and of the test end with the sewing in of ends and fearing of fatness, I will use the middle pins to compare the difference. And if they are basically you need a microscope to notice, I will be swapping to the medium pin, just so that I don't have to keep buying £9 pots of really expensive extra fine bendable pins. Now, I would like the newy ones. I've got a box of them. They weren't in the bit of my sewing box when I opened it. They're in the other side, and it's under a pile of stuff. So, but the newy ones come in a box of similar size to the fat ones, and They're brass with nickel plating, and they are glorious. And I would personally prefer those. Those are kind of traditional. But these are perfectly good pins. I just don't like these wafer thin, hair feeling, as I say, dog farts in Nova Scotia or something and 3 pins bend. It's just too much for my sanity. Can't be dealing with it, not worth it, and not at the price of fixing it. It's, getting more pins to work with is just not worth it. It's just too expensive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, yeah, I am gonna definitely do a short experiment to try the ends. Hey you, how you doing? It's hard to call you a loving robot. It really is. It is your name. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, just bitching about pins. So I'm just going to make a bit of space by moving these out of the way. So yes. Move those right there. See, again, having one of those big fat pins on the end would make that a lot easier. So right, those are the ones I'm going to need. You have mated with pins. I need you. And I need you. Come on, out. So, right, let's sort this out, because I just watched 2 of you cross. There you are. Right. You're free and running. You want to look free and cheating? Come on, get back on the end. Get back on the end. There you go. Right. Are you too short? Of course you are. There we go. Right. So, we're going to do this cloth stitch here because, well, we're over here and we might as well. So, we've done you. We now. 1, 2, 3, 5. You go out the corner because we don't need you anymore, but we do want some of you. I'll make you slightly longer, and we'll stick you with a pin. So yes, definitely. I think by next square, I will definitely have tried a test piece to see if we can make a better join. Just because better is always good. But if the new pins are not discernibly different from these pins, well, sorry, the other pins, not new pins, because technically I've had them longer, we will swap to the thicker pin because sanity is a damn good reason. I'll need you in a minute. That's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. See, you get to watch me live. That makes a change. One thing that's actually, as I was saying earlier, one thing that I'm finding really surprising is the amount of people who are watching on YouTube. Not live, because obviously I don't stream as well to YouTube because I haven't got the bandwidth for it. But the number of people who find my videos on YouTube and watch them is a lot more than I expected. Truly is. And don't get me wrong, I don't get Twitch to upload it. I upload it to YouTube. So I have the raw footage that I've saved to my desktop, and then once the stream ends, I start the upload because my crappy internet really is quite crappy. And I think that's the hard part, is I try and do it immediately after I've done it, but sometimes I don't finish streaming till 10, 11 at night. And then it, like yesterday's stream was 4 hours, I think. But that takes nearly 3 hours to upload to YouTube. And so if I don't finish till 10 or 11, well, it's like 1 or 2 in the morning. So I have to be careful during the week, because obviously I need to go to work in the morning. And, you know, that then causes issues that I don't want to be up too late doing. This feels too many. Feels more than 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's not. Just learn to count. As a... I think it is. And yeah, my internet here is supposed to be 80/20, which is 80 meg down, 20 meg up. But that's the maximum. The most my loving ISP can give me, and is the fastest that any of them can give me, so it's not a, you know, dissing my ISP. This is the best I can get. They guarantee me 26 down, and I think it's 6 up. Let's picture that. That's freaking near kind of modem speeds. It really is, in comparison to a lot of the internet. And so as a result, I do struggle with the fact that everything takes forever. And, well, yes, but that's not the problem. My old house, which is a mile from here, got the full 80/20. And I mean literally the full 80/20. I was not missing one byte of that. And I think technically my old house is now eligible for 1 gig. This house, which is at best a number of yards from the exchange, because we have little exchanges dotted around the place. Yeah, that's the best I can have. But that's not true either. Now, a little while ago, there was me, got up, you know, up for work one morning. Ding dong. Well, that's a bit unusual. I wasn't expecting anyone quite this, you know, I wasn't expecting anyone today. Hi, is this, you know, is this house? And names and address. And I was like, no. But spotting who she was, it's kind of like, why? She worked for BT. And she was here to upgrade number 1. Bear in mind, I live at number 1. But the road we join, not my road, to broadband, to the 1 gig broadband. And she said to me, and I said to her, can I have it then? And she went, oh yes. If you hadn't said no, I'd be doing it now. Now obviously your broadband provider has to know, but you ask BT, you ask literally everybody, oh no, it's not supported at your address. Well, the girl who stood there and who could have pressed, you know, could have clicked the click, because obviously she's got to take a wire out of there and stick it in there, was absolutely adamant I could have it. And it's kind of frustrating because there are 3 houses in my road. We're not a very big road, obviously. Now, technically, there are 2 other houses really that kind of are in our road. One has, one is the big house, darling, and she hates me calling it the big house. But my house kind of fits in her kitchen, so it's a big house. It's the old farmhouse. It's huge. Hey, Yania. Welcome to my channel. And so the big house has a back gate that opens into our road. She's got a front gate, a really nice front gate that opens into the other road, which is nearer to everything, but she uses our road. Technically, I own the road. It's a private road. It's on my deeds. I own this road. And so there's me, number 2, and number 3, obviously. And then there is a bungalow right at the beginning of the road, which is technically on the road we join to, but their driveway also opens onto this road. That's nice of them. I shall thank them. Welcome to. I do crafting. Here obviously is my crafting thing. I know how that goes. I tend to talk a lot of rubbish while I'm doing this because, well, there isn't a lot to say. Unless people have got questions, there isn't a lot to say about lace making. It's kind of cross or twist, and that's kind of it. So as a result, there's not a lot to talk about unless people have got questions. So we generally talk rot about other things, and currently we are moaning about broadband because my broadband sucks. So, but the big house has got a driveway on here onto our road, and so does the bungalow. But don't worry, typos are welcome here. I am dyslexic, so I can't read half the words anyway and have to guess. So if there's a few typos, for the most part, I probably don't even notice. So worry not, typos are forgiven here. Everybody is welcome. And if I really can't guess the word, I'll ask. So, and I am terrible at pronouncing names, so I apologise for all of you who have kind of clever names, because I probably don't get it. So I do apologise for that. So yes, but it was very frustrating to hear that, you know, according to the girl who could have clicked the button, I could have 1 gig internet, and according to everyone else, they won't sell me it. And it's kind of like, but But me, number 2 both work from home, so there's 2 of them next door. We've discussed this before, and the answer is, this is where I think some of the reason women were called witches came into being. Because if you think of knitting, crochet, weaving, embroidery, and all those fancy things that women were known back in the ages to do, dyeing even, generally was a women's task. And they start with an empty space or an empty bit of cloth. They kind of go, and out comes something really different. And I've done tablet weaving. I've done many things, and I still randomly do. I occasionally fad to other things. But the truth of it is it's not surprising that they thought it was witchcraft. But to be fair, knitting is poke, wrap, pull. It depends where you poke, or how much you poke, what you wrap and how you wrap, and obviously the pull's kind of the pull, right? Crochet is exactly the same, poke, wrap, pull, but obviously how much you pull is a bit more relevant. With this, there are only 2 moves, and I genuinely mean that. So let me move my cushion back a little bit. There are 2 moves. There is the cross, which is left over right, and there is the twist, which is right over left. That's it. That's it. That is the entirety of lace making. Everything is made of the two moves, right? So don't get me wrong. The truth of it is that this is not as complicated as it looks. There's plenty of room to making mistakes. Do not get me wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's all you do. You cross or you twist. That's it. Everything is a combination of the 2, and as a result of that, you make different things. Now, let me just pin these out the way, because I want them pinned out the way. These things are really hard to do because they are for knitting. There we go, got the end in now. Right, let me poke these out the way so that they are safely out of the way and won't tangle. Let me grab my square. So, wrong one. This is a square of what we're making. I am making 18 of these wretched little things. Actually, it's the wrong way up. That's the right way up. No, hang on. That way up. It is that way up. Right. This is the square of what I'm making. I have made 1 so far, and I have a lovely little thing to indicate how many, because you make them in triangles. I have an indicator of where we have got in the proceedings. So I have made 1 whole square. Woohoo! And this is it. This bit here is called rose ground, and if I zoomage in, hang on, zoom, that's what these little squares are for. These do not match the squares that you see, because if I overlay them, you might be able to see that the square underneath actually coincides with the almost the 4 squares of the hull, not the stitch. You make the stitch inside, so the circle's inside the square, and the points are actually outside the little square on your piece of paper. So, but it is my favourite stitch, and with that, it still crosses and twists. That's all it is. You just do them in a slight, you do some of these, some of those, some of these, some of those, and out comes that. The fact that we have what's called torchon ground here, and the cloth stitch, which is the dense zigzaggy bit in the middle, it's still crossing and twisting, but with the crossing and twisting, you just don't leave so much hull. It's literally that. It is how you cross and how you twist just gives you more, less, or different holes in different places, and it is no different to that. And so in theory, everyone kind of goes, oh, knitting's so complicated. Well, actually it's not. You either use this leg and poke and knit stitch, or you use that leg and poke and it's a purl. The rest of it is combinations of the two. There's a yarn over, but if you can't move your yarn around a bit, you probably shouldn't be knitting. So it is that kind of... Why are there 4? Why are there only 3 here? Did I dispose of one too many? Come back. Yes, I did. Right. I need you. So it is kind of weird in the sense of, now with this, I cheat. I do a kind of lazy hack cheat thing with cloth stitch, because with cloth stitch you are effectively, in quotes, just weaving. And what I mean by that is the path of one to get from the other side. If I was to start here, this goes over it. So if I have a new bobbin, hang on a sec, let me put my pin in, because otherwise I'm going to hang on to that. If I grab a random bobbin, I have another bobbin, look, ta-da, let me expand back out, see. So if I start here, this has to go over that bobbin, this one goes over that bobbin, this one goes over the bobbin, that one goes over, under, over. So that's all I'm doing, because that's the path it has to take to form a woven cloth. Instead of doing the full stitch, which I'm about to do, so you can understand. So the full stitch you would normally do, you know, they teach you when you first learn cloth stitches, you go cross, twist, cross, and these two have now moved on. And they have swapped places. But all they've really done is crossy, twisty, crossy, and that one's going to go under and over. So like that, bear in mind it's hard to do with fingers, but you kind of make that shape, and that's all they've done. Well, you don't need to do that, because what you can do is that one's going to go over, granted, but now both of them go underneath the next one. Both of them now go over the next one. Both of them go under, over, under, over, under, and then this one catches up by finally going over. And that's it. Well, that's a lot less moves than doing each pair in hand with 3 moves when you kind of, I know it's technically only moving one, but it's also easier on the brain cell because there's not so much going on. And it keeps them all in order, which kind of helps. So I like doing that. Finding the pinhole so I enjoy doing that, and I thought of it myself, and then after having done quite a lot of it, I was really quite pleased with how well it works, because it's a lot quicker. One of the biggest slowing things down of lace making is putting pins in, but unnecessary twisty type movements, I mean, it's not unnecessary because, well, to work with just the 4 is, but in terms of overall effectiveness, you don't need to when you can form part of the next stitch with the next one. So realistically, what you're doing is you do the cross and the twist as you normally would, but instead of a single cross in the middle, you also do the cross of the next stitch as well at the same time. So it's kind of just an efficiency thing. It's not changing the stitch in any way, and that's why it doesn't change the stitch in any way. The reason I do this one separate on this end is because I'm chucking out a pair of things, and then I need to bring in another pair, so it's a good time to stop and think of doing that, and then you can start and just chunk your way through the whole thing. So there's your crossed, there's the twist, and this makes the cross for that pair, but also the cross for the first one. So now you do the twist, the cross for the both stitches, the twist, the cross for both stitches, the twist, the cross for both stitches, the twist, and finally the last cross. So you haven't actually changed what you're doing, you just do 2 stitches at one point at the same time because you can, without too much confusion. And so it is one of the few places you can streamline some of what you're doing. So I do, because, well, it takes less time, and in my brain it sits better because I am weaving rather than cloth stitching, because so I do that quite a bit, which is why I quite like these cloth stitch bits, because, well, they just go so much quicker. The only thing I do suffer from with these cloth stitch twisty bits, which is why I keep counting bobbins, is that when you, let's say, zig and zag, I mean, let's face it, no one knows which is which, but when you zigzag, when you go one way, you have 6 pairs of bobbins, which is this direction. So the zig, in my case, I feel, you have 6 pairs of bobbins, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When you zag, because of where you expel a pair of bobbins, which is in my case on the right hand side, so I'm about to expel a pair, but I also immediately gain a pair on the left. When you do it the other way, you've expelled before you go, and so you actually end up with 4. And your brain then panics because it thinks it hasn't got enough bobbins, and I spent a lot of time on stream counting and proving why my brain was panicking, because obviously you would think it would be even because, well, it's the same size gap. And the answer is well, it technically is, except that it's not. Because when you do the zag part, you actually have 3 pairs of bobbins and pick one up. And your brain's going, that's not enough. Because, I mean, 3 pairs of bobbins, that's this many. That's quite a chunk of bobbin missing from one side. Well, but it's right. And that's the crux of it, is it is right. And proving to yourself that it's right took drawing and what looked like complicated mathematics, because what I did was, because like here, you get to this side, you've got 6 pairs of bobbins, and you pin. You then turn the corner and discard a pair of bobbins. So at this point, I've got 5. Now you pick one up at the other end, so now you've got 6. And you pick them up before you pin, so you still have 6, so you now have 6. But on this side, it would say 6p for pin equals 6, minus 1 equals 5. You then go to the other side and it will go plus 1, because you picked one up, pin equals 6, and then you, because if you get to a corner like these, you don't always gain, you don't always discard, depending on which direction you're going. And you pin, and you turn, so you kind of gain more, lose more. But what is important is when you get down to this corner here, which is the final corner of the triangle, there must only be 2 bobbins. As long as that's true, you know you got it right. But the problem is if you mess up back here and don't notice, and you've got all the way to the bottom, now's not the time to find out. Now is not when you want to be discovering you got that wrong. So counting them is very much an important part of that. And the best way to count it is when you're doing this, is when you do the over. So that's pair number 2, pair number 3, pair number 4, pair number 5. Because you've got pair of workers, which is your 6th pair. It's a good way of counting it, because it helps you keep in mind where you are and how many you've got, which is why last night I kept saying this doesn't feel right, and the answer was I was right. I'd got it wrong. I'd forgotten to throw out a pair at some point. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5. And then beep. So this bit goes quite quick, which is good because we like quick bits. And as long as you count, generally is quite harmless. This bobbin's being annoying. Come on. Flip back onto the thing. There we go. You're too short. So we discard a pair. So I tend to do the normal cloth stitch teaching for the first pair just because I'm throwing it out. And then I'm faced with my long run of cheatingness, which makes it a bit easier. Because occasionally if you get to the other end, you can forget to throw one out, which is of course what happens. So it's best to throw it out at the start when you're supposed to. And you see you've come and done as well. Well done, bobbin. Just really need you to do that. Thanks very much. Right. So technically that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And because I do weaving as well, I tend to do strange counting. So in my head, I don't just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I go 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. And you'd think that would actually be confusing. But when you do things like summer and winter when you're weaving, which is a weave where you have like a plain bit and a pattern bit, and you might actually do 1, 3, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 1, 4, 2, 4, 1, 4, 2, 4. And yet you're counting in your head one of those, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 3, 4. But you're actually counting each one of those 4 bits as one unit. So you might go 1, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, even though it's not number 2 that you're doing. 3, 3, 2, 3, because that's the third one. 4, 3, 2, 3. And so my brain works quite well with that. It keeps track of that in its little brain cells, and that's kind of a bit of the voodoo-y bit, I think, is the keeping track of it. I quite like the fact that when you do this, the pattern's in front of you and you just follow the pattern. You don't have to know I've got to do 6. It's not like knitting where do 16 rows and can't, every 6th row. So do I do 6 rows and then do it, or do I do it on the 6th row? And you're sitting there going, I don't know. I haven't decided. I haven't decided whether they meant on the 6th row or after the 6th row. And, all of those kind of notions that you go brain thoughts of the day. So you don't have that kind of problem with this because you just follow the piece of paper underneath you stick. And it is kind of easy that way. You just do what's on the piece of paper. There are variations you can do. So, for example, this doesn't have to be cloth stitch. I could do this in half stitch. I could do something. I could do it in whole stitch with a twist, although that would get really crowded. But as long as consistency is the key for most things, so whatever you do, almost irrelevant whatever it is, just keep doing it, even if it is technically wrong. As long as you're consistent, it will be fine, because it will all look the same. It will just be consistently wrong. But that's not necessarily a bad thing either. So yeah. The hardest part for me is the pins, especially with these extra fine useless pins, because I find picking them up really hard. And then finding the holes is also not overly easy. I'm going to assume there's 5 of you. You look about 5. I can't be bothered to count you. I'll soon find out when I try and stick you. Yep, there's 5 of you. Stick you out the way. Makes a bit more room. It's not right. I need one of you. So yes. One of the things I quite like about lace making is if you've got any thread about the house, other things to make yarn with are generally, well, available. If you've got some pins, you need something to pretend to be a bobbin. This can be pencils, wax crayons, although slightly less advisable because the wrong colour will leak into your thread. Bits of dowel, clothes pegs, I've seen it all. For pillows, you can literally make do with a roll of kitchen paper covered in a couple of blankets. Seen that. That actually worked quite well. Now that's a bolster cushion and it's round. This is flat, but really doesn't make any difference to making the lace. And some pins. Everything else, kind of flexible. So we got ads in 3 minutes. Is it really another hour already? Blimey. And it also matters how you wound your bobbin. So, if you take... Where is my... Hang on. If you take your thread here, and I'll use a finger, and you wind it round your finger like this, you are adding twist to the bobbin, to the thread, or untwisting it. If, however, and I will show you demonstrate winding the thread back onto the bobbin, if you move the bobbin, no thread, no twist is being added to the thread. The thread will last better if you wind it onto the bobbin by moving the bobbin and not moving the thread, because you do not detract or add twist to it. Adding twist to it works, but then it tends to go all skanky the moment there's any bit of relaxation in it. I got this. This is the most weird thing in the world. It was cheap. It was from Amazon. Shocker. As you may have guessed, for those who visit here often, Amazon and I are great friends. I swear I personally keep them in business. Years ago, and I've got worse since, there was a easy way of seeing how many orders you'd done from Amazon, and it worked out that as an average, I ordered an item a day. Now, obviously, I don't order an item a day. I tend to do a batch, but I was basically keeping up. In a year, I'd ordered 365 things off Amazon. I can now be worse than that because, of course, Amazon sells everything. Literally everything. You can order food. You can order clothes, shoes. Not that I wear jewellery, but you can order jewellery. You can have lace making equipment. You can have fabric. You can have, frankly, some of everything. Now, the lace making supplies on Amazon are few and crap as a whole, but they're still there. They're not expensive, they're just not that great, but they're still there. There's a variety even of bobbins that are on there. You don't have to do the nasty middle and spangle kind, but there is some of everything on there. where do you think these came from? I've got some strange things. What are the strange things? So yes, let's keep going. Otherwise, we'll never get anywhere. It is, and I think that if nothing else, YouTube crafting on YouTube is quite a big business. Crafting on Twitch is less so. But at the same time, I'm more comfortable with Twitch as a platform to stream on. If my internet didn't suck so greatly, I would dual stream. So should the broadband people ever pull their finger out and I actually get the speed that I know I could have, I will be signing up for that, and I will dual stream to YouTube, because then, if nothing else, I also don't need to upload it because it will already be there. The only other thing that's a bit more awkward about YouTube is that on Twitch, they notify you when the ads are coming. YouTube doesn't do that. It just randomly throws adverts in for different people. So it's not, whereas everyone here gets ads at the same time, YouTube does not. So you don't know when they're getting adverts, and you can't really stop for adverts. But at the same time, you can't even do a announcement of there are adverts, sorry, because, well, you can't. I also thought of doing different music, because I know how to do that. I know how to do different music for YouTube and Twitch, because obviously on Twitch, if you don't keep your VODs on Twitch, you can use copyrighted material, for example, so I could have some nice, decent music going in the background. Not that this is bad music, but I could have this music on YouTube where obviously it's basically kept forever, and, you know, this is music that I'm allowed to use. So from that point of view, I would happily do different music for YouTube. But at the moment, it's just easier to do the one and not try and pretend to do two different ones. Because often I've got different music in my ear to what you're listening to, because I can't hear what you're listening to, if that makes sense. It doesn't come through my ear hole, so, which is fine. I'm cool with that, don't get me wrong, because I've heard this music a lot. I listen to the thing that it comes from, so but it is music that they encourage you to use in their stream. Although they wrote it, obviously they encourage you to use it for streaming and the likes and videos. So I quite like that. That it's they will never change their mind. They promise they'll never change their mind and come for you later, and suddenly all your videos are copyrighted. And on Twitch they just blank all of your audio, which obviously is a bit of a problem, whereas YouTube will just copyright ban the whole video. So I didn't really want that, so hence this particular music, because it's not bad music. Some of the tracks are a little bit less fitting, let's call it that way, but in general I have no problem with the music. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's from a game called Heartbound, and they have happily, you can actually go on Steam and look it up, and you buy the OST to the Heartbound music, and it actually says, you may use this for streaming, we will not come for you, we encourage you to do so. So from that point of view, that's what I do, because they specifically said we can. So rather than trying to find other bits of music for when I stop talking because there's nobody out there. At least there is something rather than just deathly silence. But of course, if I can't hear it, I only hear deathly silence and my brain freaks out. Hence, I often have something else in the background for me to listen to. Right. So we've done this bit, and we're going to pile these up here and try and encourage them from doing too complicated a thing around there. Out of the pin. I swear they need to make pins that don't catch on other things than the thing that you intended. Would be nice. So that goes around there. I don't need you for a bit. In fact, possibly at all. So you get to go round the corner. I need you. And I don't need you for a bit either. So you can go there. And in fact, I will use one of my lovely hat pins to restrain you all back there a little bit to make some room. We need you. And we need my other specially wound bobbins. What the fur have I done with those? Where are my other bobbins? Dogs, have you eaten my bobbins? Because they were in the lid. And now... Oh, they are still in the lid. I just hid them. There we go. Why are these specially wound bobbins? Because I put more stuff on it. If you notice, all the other bobbins have got kind of like half filled. These are fully filled. This is because they go back and forth a lot and need a lot more cloth, a lot more threads. So that's what I did. Bin. Not around all of that. There you go. You've come undone. Thank you, bobbin. The only problem with these ones is that when they come undone or the knot slips off the top, you can't really see it in the bobbin bit below, which is a bit awkward. So you are coming off there. You need a twist, and we do this because this is a plan. This is how this works. So you go from there. Then we move to number 2. You need twisting 2. The first couple of stitches always feel a little bit weird with cloth stitch because, well, you haven't really got anything to go backwards and forwards between, but it starts working out kind of from here on out. So twisty, 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 and now we add a pair. So we take you out, poke you in there, give everything a bit of a snug, get another pair of bobbins. How have you tangled? Thank you. I spent hours winding bobbins Thursday night, Friday morning, so this is the remaining pot. I did all of these after Thursday, and I put them all in my pot, and then I had to flip the pot because the ones that, obviously, for example, the pair I had here literally gets used on 4 pins. That's it. I mean, it's almost not worth being on a bobbin, right? But I did put less on, but I did put on way too much because way too much is better than not enough. And I have paranoia in running out. Now, as we know from the last square, I did run out a little bit on a couple of them. And when we got to the sewing off at the end, some of them were shorter than were desirable. So I obviously have countered that this time by making them far too long, which is not necessarily a problem. It's just a bit of a waste. And as you may have noticed from the spool I showed you earlier, is that when that first started, it was fat. I mean, it was proper fat. That's not so bad. But it's just as well, I've got 10 more. So possibly actually more than that. I think I've actually got 12 more. So I've got plenty more and I can always get some more. That's a thing. I'd rather have too much and throw quite a bit away than not enough and do bad joints. Yeah, I think I do the same. I mean, when I was looking for some information, I went to YouTube because videos, sometimes descriptions in books are written by someone who knows what they're doing, they're not written by someone who didn't and is working it out as they go. So, for example, someone explained to me how to sew in the ends to maybe make a slightly better join at the end of my square. But they wrote it as words. And you're reading it and your brain's kind of going, but it's slightly ambiguous. So, for example, I quite like having a written instruction so that I know what I'm looking at. But I find there are people who go, I'm a visual learner or I'm not a visual learner. I think it's more of how your brain works in the, can you find grey areas in areas that people had thought were really specific. So, for example, like earlier, we were looking at my little pin cushion cross stitch. And it said, you need to find the middle of the cloth. That's easy enough. And then you need to leave a 2 centimetre gap between the two parts. And then you've got the 2 squares and off you go. But at no point did it mention whether the squares were measured in inches or centimetres. Did it, it didn't actually tell you how big the squares were. Although the finished piece is 8 centimetres, so you can guess that the square's roughly 8 centimetres. But it might not be because you fold the corners down, right? So there is that bit of you that kind of is left sitting there going, I have questions. I have questions about, you're saying start in the middle, but the middle's actually an empty space because you said leave an empty space. So I can't start actually in the middle. And this is where kind of the autistic brain cells really kick in because, well, if you can't start in the middle, but they've told you to start in the middle, the instructions must be wrong. And if the instructions are wrong, well and you don't really know what you're doing, well, then the whole thing's wrong, isn't it? And you just kind of melt gently because you overthink it and you panic. But thanks to Jay-Z, who was here earlier, I don't know, they explained that basically you can ignore all of that and do what my brain thought would be a good plan and start at a corner and say stuff it, even though all of the cross-stitch things say start in the middle. But like everything, if you don't pick the middle right, well now when you get to the edge and you're too close, you can't do anything about it. Whereas if you start at a corner and know that what you have is big enough and you leave enough when you start, yes, you could have had a bigger margin around the end if you started in the middle and got it right, but if you start in the corner, it will always fit. It will always be enough. And so I'm so glad to hear someone else say that because my brain had assumed that. But at the same time, once I worked out that the massive cross-stitch pattern actually works out as 10 stitches per centimetre, yeah, my brain's already kind of crying over that, but I will be doing some of that later, is that you sit there going, okay, so that means it's 8 centimetres squared, that's fine, but then you work out that the cloth they've given you is big enough for 2 of them, whereas they had you starting in the middle. What a waste. Now, should you want to, you can order more fancy threads off Amazon, because where else will a girl go, and now you could make another one. Well, wouldn't that be nice? Maybe you can pick some different colours just to make it pretty. But now you can have 2 for the price of 1. Bar a few threads. And threads are not hugely expensive. So, that's a thing. That's definitely a thing. And as Jay-Z was saying, that, because they don't have a huge amount of money, part of the reason they do it is to save cloth so that they've got cloth for other things. But it's my natural reaction coming from a poorer family, but also just from a logic. If I was... I know I've gone over the top in winding these bobbins. I know I have. Each bobbin, each of even these small bobbins has probably got 3.5 metres, maybe nearly 4 hang on. Yeah, probably nearly 4. That's right, I was working out how far the distance is between my handspan. Hang on. I can actually measure it. Hang on a sec. My ear thing is eating my thing. So where's the beginning? There's the beginning. If I do that, yeah, it's about 1.5 meters per thing, and I did three things, so I've got 4.5 meters of thread on every bobbin. Now, technically, you're only supposed to need up to, except for the cloth stitch bits, up to 3 times the length of a thing. So we know that that's 18 centimeters. Therefore, surely I only need kind of like 2.5 odd meters. But I did kind of 3 meters last time, and well, I thought I had, and some of them were dangerously close. We also had some which I obviously didn't do the same amount at all, and ran out really early on. In fact, I think we ran out about here on one of the cloth stitch ones. Well, that was a really bad plan. So today we have set out this particular square with the aim that we will not be making any joins this time round. Not that joins are a bad thing, but why intentionally have a join, So we have tried harder in the grand scheme of all of it to make sure that there are no joins this time round. And, it is potentially a waste. But this stuff is basically cheap. So it's not really so bad. So I'm just looking as to why one of these threads looks a little loose. And I don't see why. It's this one back here. Sitting a little looser than I like, but it's not bad, it's just not good either. Where's a sticker poking? You're too small a sticker poking. There's my big sticker poking. This is my pricker stick. Stabby, holy hole. But it comes with a big handle, which makes it nice. See, you are a bit baggy, and I don't like that you're baggy. Where do you go that I can unbag you? That's a bit better. Right. You do have some surprisingly weird tools with lace making. So you have a lazy Susan. Now, in weaving you have lazy Kates. In spinning you have lazy Kates, and they are for holding bobbins with a little bit of tension often, just to stop them overrunning. This is a lazy Susan, not the curly table that you get in the middle of nearly every Chinese restaurant so that you can spin dishes around to share with your friends. This is basically a bent needle in a stick. And with this one, you place it through the hole where the pin was. It then drags the thread that you put through the needle through, so that you can then place a bobbin through it and pull the bobbin back through the hole. It's a lot easier than it sounds. But again, slightly fatter pins make the lazy Susan thing a lot easier too. So that is also another potential argument for changing to a hair fatter pin is, sanity. And it is easy to make issues with the tying off stage by the fact that you've got to spend hours poking around like we had one thread we had a couple that split, we had one that broke, and the bigger the hole, the less chance of some of those happening. So we are at maximum capacity, people. From here on out we lose bobbins at this edge, so in fact we lose this one at this edge, which is why I said that you pin some and then you take some away, so we immediately don't need those again for a long time to come. So let's take that out of there, pull that. We never need those, we don't need those until we get on to this section, so 4. And we need to gain a pair. And you don't look twisted, so we'll twist you, just for good measure. And then we play find the hole. It's the hole. Yeah, I mean, I know my thing looks twisted. It's going to be easier if I do that. There you go. But I do like the fact that it's now a little... Oh God, you cannot underestimate how much I hate spangles. Do you know what? For something so simple and small and pathetic in the world, in case people are wondering, this is a Midlands bobbin. And this, at the end, with the beads, is called a spangle. And what happens is the spangles droop, and some of them are fatter and wider, and they just fucking tangle. And you cannot when we made that first triangle, so when we made this, I made it with spangles on. Making that took basically as long as making... Not that one. Where's the other? I've hidden it. There it is. That's right. My ear thing has eaten my... So, took nearly as long as making the whole freaking square without. Because spangles kept spangling and getting in the spangling way. So, as a result of which... Hence bobbins with no spangles, because spangles just can spangle off. They are not my friends. They do have one advantage, and there is purely and singly the only one thing that spangles are good at, which is, and I can demonstrate, where did I put the nasty spangle? What did I do with spangle? I'm surprised I didn't yeet it into the insignificance somewhere. But it was around here somewhere. I had it literally mere moments ago. How the hell have I done that? I literally had it in my hand 2 seconds ago, and I haven't moved very much. My table, I tidied up my table earlier. I know that's kind of criminal for me, but I did tidy my table up slightly, but now I can't see it. There it is. I did yeet it slightly in the distance. As a kid, when I did a bit as a kid, all the stuff I did as a kid was done on things with spangles, right? So when I picked it up this time, you would have thought I'd be used to spangles. This is what a spangle's good for. Watch this bobbin here. Roll. Roll. This is potentially not what you want. Watch what happens with a spangle bobbin. They don't run away. This is what spangles are for. They are to prevent the escaping and annoying of when I do my thing, you'll notice occasionally I'll whine because the bobbins are rolling, and it's because my pillow isn't exactly flat. Well, doesn't matter with these because they don't roll around. But they also make doing things kind of awkward. They get in the way a bit, which is why you end up with kind of like almost the exaggerated movements that some people do, because obviously you've kind of got to work round the spangle. So like when they do this stitch, they have them really far apart, and see this one's rolling and getting on my nerves, but it is kind of, it's a pro and a con. I have every respect for people who like them. I am not one of them. Now, you are the right ones, you're just being pulled by the other bobbins, that's fine. I had a slight heartbreak for a minute. Because doing this with spangles is really difficult, because the spangles just mate and get in the way, and while the rolling bobbins are getting on my nerves because they keep rolling into the ones that I'm working with, even though I try and make a gap so that it's less of a problem. So Spangles. Just no to Spangles. Free the bobbins from Spangles. I'm not alone in my hatred of Spangles. I know other people who dislike Spangles, which is why I have purchased bobbins without Spangles, because, well, when you work on a bolster cushion, you tend to work with the bobbins in the palms of your hands like this, and you kind of do the sort of juggling magic stress ball things with them, and you can't do that with Spangles. You just can't do that with Spangles. And so as a result, I bought some without Spangles, and I bought some different ones without Spangles, and I bought some other ones without Spangles. I've got a few without Spangles, and I really like the lack of Spangles. The very first square that I made, so this one was also made without Spangles, but this was made with what's called Honiton bobbins. Now, I do have one of those around here somewhere. I saw it earlier. There it is. These things are like toothpicks. Seriously, this is a Honiton bobbin. It is made of the lightest of light. Seriously, watch this. I can blow it without a lot of effort. It is the lightest of light, tiny, delicate, which is great because Honiton stuff is usually made with really thin thread and all of those kinds of things. But they're also quite hard to control because, well, they're made of nothing, right? They're made. You know that they made that gel, which is like, that's hard, but it's like 99% air, and it's kind of like, hey, this is great stuff because it's great as insulation, but it's also can be used as this because it's so light, and you're going, I never want stuff made of that. I am not that delicate a person. I am not dainty. I am clumsy and heavy and clunky, and I need solid things. Hence, I quite like these bobbins because they're a bit fat and chunky, a bit like me. And it means that, you know, they and I get on well because they're fat and chunky. I'm fat and chunky. I've got big hands, so they fit quite nicely in my hands. And we just get along. It's just how it works. And you are not the plan. You are not the plan. Come back. You need to go over that. And so as a result, these bobbins and I get on quite well. You do get squared bobbins. Squared bobbins are really quite cool because they don't tend to roll either. But again, they're not so good for the hand jiggling on a bolster cushion, whereas these work really well on a bolster cushion too. My favourite bobbins, this is not my favourite bobbin, but it's the shape of my favourite bobbin. This has got really big, what I call wings on it. So this is a huge bobbin. The bottom bit's the same size, but these kind of wing bits where the thread goes are oversized on these. This is for extra fat thread that you have for outlining and the like, called a gimp. But they, you know, that is my favourite shape bobbin. I really like those in the hand, but they are quite annoying on a flat cushion like this, because they really do roll like nothing else on this planet. Just checking. Got rid of 1, 2. This will be the third, so that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that's right. No, that's not right. I've got the right number of bobbins, but I shouldn't have been adding you in. So, how have I screwed up? I see how I've screwed up. And this, my friends, is why we play Count the Bobbins. I added from the wrong side. I needed to add here. And I did not. Because I am stupido. Yoink. number of bobbins in the right place. That's better. My brain kind of went, that doesn't feel right. Why did we... But it didn't know what was wrong with it either, so... So we can put the pin in now, because we know we've got the right number of things. There we go. Now we get rid of a pair this side. So yes, it's very easy to make mistakes, but it's also quite easy to undo them. Unlike knitting, because where knitting you can have fuzzy yarns and they're evil to undo. Making lace with black yarn is as evil as knitting and crochet in black yarn, and cross stitch on black canvas with black thread. Screw that. Unless you have your local sanatorium on standby. Let's not just go there. We don't need that in our lives. Because this is a net curtain, I chose to make it in white. I could have arguably made it in any colour. And in fact, some form of beige stroke brown would have worked well in this household, because basically everything's brown or beige. So I thought I heard some jet fighter about to do a real low pass, but I think it was just someone trying to do the land speed record somewhere locally. Yeah, it's gone. I live in an area where all roads that I should hear, bar the motorway, are a maximum of 30 miles an hour. The road that comes off mine is 20, but then you don't tend to hear many people going fast down it because it's not very big. I can technically hear the motorway, but it's really distant and sounds a bit almost like a fan or something. It really is quite distant, and all you hear is this kind of shh noise. So whether you're trying to do 120 down there or not, unless you've got a real blown exhaust pipe, I won't really hear you on that. Not discernibly, anyway. So from that point of view, when you hear someone here, it is kind of weird to hear them, because wherever you are, whatever you're doing is wrong. It is, it's not what you're supposed to be doing. And of course you've come undone as well. They don't like to stay around this little bulby bit at the top, which is where they should be, because there is a dent for it to stay in, but they do like to come undone. Twisty. So yes, why do I yell twisty occasionally? It's because when you change between stitches, there should be a twist between them. It's just the done thing. Now, if you look at the last square, yes, there are places where I forgot to twist. Bite me. It's too late now. And it was kind of too late by the time I saw them in the old one, because half the time it was only afterwards, and you only really notice errors. 2, 3, 4, 5. You only really notice errors when you pull the pins out, and by the time you're pulling the pins out, it's too late. So unless you realise that something's gone wrong, like I did earlier, where I'm going, that didn't feel right, why didn't that feel right? And, you make your brain recalculate, and it actually goes, yeah, you're right, I screwed that up. If you don't do that and you don't notice then, chances are, unless you've got the wrong number of bobbins at the end of something, or too many bobbins, or not enough bobbins, you don't notice that you screwed it up, which is slightly annoying. It's a bit like knitting. If you've got, if you're doing 6 inches of stockinette stitch and you drop a stitch 4 inches ago, chances are you don't notice until you get to a row that said, knit a few together and now you should have so many stitches, and you realise you're one short, and then you're scouring as to where you went wrong, and you're like, no, I followed the instructions on the previous row for joining these together and how many I did, and when it says knit 3, 2 and comma 2 together is or when it says every 6th stitch decrease 1, and you're like, so is that I knit 6 and decrease 1, or I decrease 1 on the 6th, or, you know, there are questions to be had. But, you know, when you look through and then you suddenly discover that like 4 inches ago you dropped a stitch, you can hide it, but it will always be tighter, it will always be slightly wrong, and your brain will know that you'd got that wrong. And it's really unfair, because, you know, none of us are trying to make mistakes. Inevitably we do, but at the same time, sometimes you can catch it while it's still feasible to go and fix it. Sometimes you can't. And it's when you can't now feasibly go back and fix it without it still looking wrong. And that's when you get disappointed by it. And to be honest, that's what happens when I pull the pins out, is because by the time I'm pulling the pins out, I'm at a stage where you're not going to be going back and fixing it. But then you then see a mistake and you're like, oh. I have gone back quite a way to fix some of the errors in the past. And, you know, should I not have unpinned it, I probably would go back. But if I've got as far as unpinning it, it is that way now. It's now kind of part of the deal. So, tough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to pin you off, because we're done with you. Actually, let's think about this. Yeah, we're done with you. That's right, I was wondering which bit I was going to do next. No, I'm done with these ones. Just checking. Because occasionally I say I'm done with them and then immediately unpack them again. So let's just steal you out there, because we're into you. Let's grab you. Now, we will want some of you, so this is not necessarily wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we'll keep you. You're not going to be used for anything, so you can stay out of the way. In fact, let's tuck you under there and put the pin in, because we won't need you. Time's at 6 o'clock. I thought I was getting hungry. I wonder what I shall have for tea. I am out of Coke, so I might have to go and do that. In fact, that's actually a good plan. Let me stretch my legs, because I have been sitting here for 4 hours. Let me stretch my legs. I shall go and get a bit of Coke. I shall throw you a bunch of adverts, just because, well, it appeases the the Twitch gods. They like it when you throw adverts. So I shall I shall be right back. I shall throw some adverts. I'm going to go and get a bit of drink, and well, to be honest, 4 hours is not hugely long. For an afternoon stint, it is about right. Occasionally, I then come back and do a couple more hours in the evening. But I'm going to keep going till about 8 o'clock, I think. So I'm going to do a couple more hours. So I'll have done like 6. And then kind of let the upload gods take over. And I will watch TV, watch other streamers, or do whatever, and do some of my cross-stitch thing. While it uploads away, rather, because I am finding it very difficult. If I do a long stint now, like I have, and I want to do another one, say at 8 o'clock till 10, the 10 o'clock one will upload before I go to bed. I will go to bed as it kind of finishes, but I can't upload this one in between the gap. 2 hours isn't long enough, and that then kind of gets on my nerves, because I can't stream and upload at the same time, so I have to stop it. And that causes more frustrations, because although you can continue it, that's not so bad. But then it eats into the upload time for the second one, and I've struggled with that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw that up, go and get some more Coke to drink, because well, I like drinking Coke, and I would drink beer, but that's not a good plan. And I shall come back still muttering about food, because I'm not going to put some food on. So, see you in a minute. those who aren't in adverts, I have returned. We've got another minute of adverts for those who got sent on an advert break. So I shall stretch a little and mutter at you briefly. A loving robot, a little like you, it's kind of when you get to the end of your drink, you're kind of going, now's probably a time to stop the stream because I've run out of Gojo juice. But I'm determined to do a bit of a longer stream today to make up for the fact that I didn't come back and finish more yesterday, because obviously I did 4 odd hours yesterday afternoon and I was going to do some more because Friday afternoon streams are a thing. But I was watching your stream, so I had a headache, so between the two I stayed watching your stream and didn't do more of my own streams. So I meant to, but I didn't. So that was a thing. I suffer a lot from migraines. Hopefully everyone's back from the adverts now. But yeah, I suffer a lot from migraines, and to the point it's basically a daily occurrence. And like most people with what can only be termed chronic, no, it's not fun, but with you can only really call it chronic, because while I get daily migraines, I can tell when it's the same migraine or a different one. The longest migraine I ever had was 6 weeks. And I kid you not, it was the same one for 6 weeks. And my doctors threw all sorts of medications at it, even to the point of making me do a pregnancy test, even though the chances were 0. Just because maybe my body thought I was pregnant. You don't quite hear so much of humans having phantom pregnancies, but just in case, they literally were trying everything. And I remember a boss turning around to me, oh, well, I couldn't work if I had a migraine. Love, if I didn't work when I had a migraine, I would never get to work. And he kind of got all standoffish because, well, yes, there are times that I really struggle to work. I've sat in an office because I often get cold when I got migraines as well, but I've sat in an office with really dark sunglasses, a bomber jacket, kind of gloves, a hood, a hat, and I'm sitting there kind of like sheltering like there's a blizzard out there, and it's because I got a migraine. And it took years, and when I say years, I'm talking 20-something years for doctors to actually agree they were migraines. I didn't know what they were. I knew I got a lot of headaches. I knew how they felt. I knew how to explain them. But the doctors didn't want them to be migraines because they started just after my car accident. And one of the things that many people find slightly weird about my migraines, it always seems to start in roughly the same place, but how they move and some of the things that I know when it's the same one, I just know because it's not that while they start in a similar place, it's not always the same place. But when I had my car accident, it is very, very clear that the tooth that I lost, because I lost one tooth in my car accident, that cut through my bottom lip, that shot up through my lips, up my nose, up the cavity in my nose, because the stitches were all the way up there, and they forgot to tell me I had them, and they itched like nothing else, and being sick and not caring, I picked at them and found little blue bits of stuff up my nose because they were stitches. So clearly, that's where it went. It didn't come down, it went up. Where did that tooth go? Why is it no one's ever done an MRI of my head to find out if the tooth is up there and causing the migraines? And when I asked, because, it wasn't something it was something I'd thought of, but not thought of, if you know what I mean. I'd always wondered where the tooth went, and obviously it had gone up my nose, and as far as I know, it was never retrieved. So I asked the doctor once, and I explained, and they went, oh, there's no point doing that. And it's like, well, why is there no point? Why is there no point doing an MRI when you're sitting here for like the, 4th week in a row discussing my migraines? how is there no reason to do an MRI to check that there is nothing wrong? That there is no tooth up there causing havoc, right? But they said no point, so I never got one. I would dearly love... I almost kind of... The problem is to go private over here, you have to have your doctor to recommend the treatment. You can't just kind of go to the private set and say, I want an MRI of my head. I can also tell you it would only cost me about 450 quid, so to be honest, if I could find a man who would agree to do it, I'd pay for it there and then. Just for my own satisfaction of wondering whether the tooth is up there and causing me grief. Because, well, it went somewhere. I mean, sure, it's probably in my crushed car somewhere, but wouldn't it be nice to know? I mean, wanting to dispute things, maybe it was not my tooth that did my face. In my car, I had a little figure called Murdoch, and she was a barbarian human with huge boobies and a huge sword, and she was marginally blue-tacked to the dashboard of my car. Now, admittedly, it was more the central reservation. Hello and welcome, and you see that's a really good idea. An X-ray. It doesn't have to be an MRI, but I know an MRI would be about 450 quid because that's how much it was for me knee. So, either would do. Anything. If someone could just prove to me the tooth is not up there, it would take the little autistic brain cells that are going, but it could be the tooth. And they've been doing but it could be the tooth now for 30 years. Well, actually, it's 32 years. So it would be nice to know that it's not up there. It would have that reassurance that the migraines, because they literally started with the car accident. Now, admittedly, I broke a large Bakelite steering wheel with my head. Hello, Nethiaka. Because it started, almost to the day of my car accident. Admittedly, I don't remember much of the first week, so you'll have to exclude those. But it did start almost to the day with the car accident. So it's hard to believe it's not got some relative term. I mean, I broke a Bakelite steering wheel with my head, which is a hard thing to do. I broke my nose, I smashed my face, I lost a tooth, and so I'm sorry, but why is it so hard to want to kind of have that little reassurance that is not what's wrong with me? So let's move these out the way because we want these, don't we? We're starting on the next bit. So, it is time to make ground stitch and do this bit. Now, at this point, this is not necessarily the next thing to do, but it is the next thing to do, in my humble opinion. So, this is the bit we're going to do. And there are choices after all. And you've come off the lumpy bit. Go back on the lumpy bit, please. As I say, these bobbins, there's two criticisms about these bobbins that, if I could meet the person who designed them, there are two things I would say to them. Is A, they obviously don't use them. And that is apparent by the two things that really could be so much better about these bobbins. And it's arguably a very tiny thing. So, I don't have an empty one to hand. But what you can't see so well is that this end and this end, while I've got loads of thread on it, and so it looks fatter, this end is fatter when they're empty. So the thread naturally wants to slide to the top. This, of course, then makes it go baggy and spin around the thing, which then in turn makes it kind of just annoyed. And, I know what I didn't do. Nearly. Well, she could be up there. Or she could have at least been the bit that maybe she got wedged in my nose and fell out. But maybe she didn't, because it literally goes all the way up my nose as far as the finger can reach. And we're talking little fingers, not big fat fingers. I had much time to investigate it over the years. to the point I had a deviated septum, they had to do that. So clearly, obviously, you know, it's not like the base of it's still up there. But let's say she did the facial scarring and that the rest of it was not, you know, that none of it was my tooth, and my tooth just disappeared into the, you know, into the world somewhere, right? Because that could be a thing. That truly could be a thing. See, this is what happens. It goes all floppy and horrible, and this bobbin's being annoying because it's just being annoying. But I do worry that, you know, maybe because obviously Murdoch was never found. I don't necessarily think she's up there. Fair enough. Welcome to Jasmine. So it was one of those things, is that I'm not convinced that Murdoch's up there, but that maybe she was the reason that I have the facial scarring. But not knowing what happens to the tooth, and it is all quite likely that it was the tooth that did the scarring, I kind of would like to have that reassurance that it's not up there causing the headaches. Because, well, when you've got as many as I do, it gets a bit boring. And I try not to take pills and potions for them because, like everything, most pills and potions lose effectiveness the more you take them. So I try not to. And some days I'm better at it than others. Some days I really do need to. And some days there is zero chance I'm not going to. And so I take preventative migraine pills, and for the most part they help. The migraines I still have them, but they are now more like a mild itch rather than devastatingly tragic. They are still migraines because I get visual and auditory and body reactions to it. And so I still have all of those, but to a lesser degree that I can function, so that's fine. And some days, no, I can't. And I have yet to have time off work in my life due to migraines. I usually make my co-workers suffer. It helps now that I am working from home because I can adjust my house light temperature a lot more to my own personal requirements, because obviously in an office you are subject to everybody else, and not everybody else wants to turn the heating up and the lights off and kind of live in the dark for half an hour or whatever. But to be honest, my migraines, because they tend to last, they're not 20-minute migraines like everybody else's. See you soon. I will do some cooking later, that's for sure. I think baked potato is on the menu for tonight. As I was getting Coke out the fridge, my brain said baked potato, so I may be doing that. It's either that or sausages and chips, one or the other. It's going to have potato in it, that's for sure. So yes, I'd love to know. I mean, I know that there is, while we know a fair bit about migraines, we don't know everything. And so to be told that an MRI or, you know, as you've said, an X-ray would be of zero help, it's kind of hard to believe that it's absolutely no help whatsoever. Because when I was younger, so I was 16, yeah, I'd have been about 16, a friend of mine died of a brain tumour. He started getting headaches during his A-levels, and 2 years later he was gone. And obviously it wasn't long later that I started getting headaches, so you can guess where my brain went. Now obviously here we are 30 odd years later, but hey, what if I did? What if I also had a brain tumour and that's what was up there causing me grief? Because they've never looked. And it's that kind of, but you've never looked. You can't tell me it's not something because you've never looked. All you did, I did go to see a specialist once, and that was the biggest waste of my life I've ever had in a medical establishment. So I turn up for it's an afternoon appointment. I turn up, I've taken the afternoon off work, turn up at the hospital to meet this dude. He arrives to the hospital 3 hours late. I've been sitting waiting for him. I was due to be his first patient. He is 3 hours late. The waiting room is almost standing room only. He arrives and a nurse comes over to me and goes, "Oh, this patient's arrived by ambulance. Do you mind if they go before you?" Well, I do, but I can't really say no. So fine. So I then wait even more time. When I get in there, the man is on the phone. Now, that's not criminal. And he kind of points to the chair and I sit down. He then spends another 10 minutes still on the phone discussing selling his house. I wait, he gets off the phone, he goes, "Can you go into that room and put the gown on?" I go in, he picks the phone up, he is back on the phone immediately talking of selling his house. Now I realise that selling a house is an important thing and it takes time and effort and all those kind of things. But you were 3 hours late, dude. We waited for you. There was no apology from him about being late. Eventually, it must have been 10-15 minutes later, he comes into the room where I am now, wearing one of those bare your ass gowns with just, with your pants and bra on underneath. And he walks in and says, "Can you touch your toes?" So I bend down and touch my toes. I am very flexible, and here I am at 21 stone and fat. I can still put the palms of my hands flat on the floor. Can't really breathe while I'm doing it, but I can put the palms on things because I can still do that. I can put my wrists on my toes. It's really not a problem. "Okay," he says, "get dressed." He did not touch me. All he did was watch me bend and touch my toes. He goes straight back out while I get dressed, and I wait for it. Oh look, he's back on the phone selling his house. So I turn up, I turn back round, I go and sit in the chair in front of him. After another 15 minutes or so, he gets off the phone. He writes a prescription as he says, "Right, I'm going to give you a prescription. I want you to take these." Okay, doesn't tell me what they are. Fortunately, the company I worked for made that easy. Yeah, apparently touching your toes means I was depressed. How did that... Apparently I was having headaches because I was depressed and touching the toes was the only thing he got me to do. So apparently touching your toes means you're depressed. Funnily enough, I didn't take them. Because the only thing that was making me depressed was the fact that I had headaches, not the other way around. It is a little bit. So, years went by, but that was all that was ever done about it. They sent me to see this guy, and when I said to my doctor that's what she did, she kind of went, "Oh, that's a bit disappointing," but didn't do anything else. Didn't, it was kind of like, "Oh, that was my best shot. Oh, well, never mind, eh? I do mind, thanks, because I'm the one living with the headaches. I do kind of object to this. So I was distinctly unamused by that, and have never forgotten that, and will always hold it against him because, well, that was a pretty poor effort, frankly. If I did that little effort in my job and spent most of it on the phone trying to sell my house, my manager would have taken me to HR and I probably would have not had a job the following day. So I did feel a little bit hard done by. But as I say, here we are, sort of like 32 years later, and I still get the headaches. So, while I do suffer from depression, I suffer depression for lots of other reasons, and touching my toes is not one of them. And I'm pretty sure that medically speaking, touching your toes does not make you depressed. I mean, obviously if I'd winced or leapt, maybe I had a spine issue, but that's still not the only reason to have headaches, Especially at the time I was considerably lighter and all of those kinds of things, so I could breathe while doing it back then. So yeah, there was kind of no real explanation, and that was the only effort put into finding it. But never mind. So unfortunately, I spend most of my life with a headache. So not only am I perpetually hungry, I'm usually got a headache. The question is how bad is the headache and how bad am I hungry? Right now, I could easily murder a couple of pizzas. I could definitely do a lot of damage to those. But headache is only at the mildly annoying stage, so it's fine. Well, it does, and that was the thing that I found weird, and I thought, and you know, I went to the doctors quite a few times post-accident, so obviously, while in hospital, because I was hooked up to various pain-free medications, because I was missing 4 inches of bone in my leg and had had an operation on it, so I was already on painkillers, and obviously the headaches weren't hugely apparent, and the leg was far more pressing, and so my brain really only concentrated on the fact that my leg hurt. But as the painkillers kind of got wheedled off, the headaches became more prevalent, and it was like, I'd go to the doctor for checkups, and I'd mention that I have headaches, and that some of them were auditory and visual, and I'd feel nauseous, and basically all the classic migraine symptoms. And at no point did they feel they were migraines back then, but also that no one thought, that it could be relevant to my car accident. And it's kind of like, as you say, looking back, it seems almost stupid that they would not have, even at the time. Now, maybe they did do some tests on the day, because I was not on my best and I don't remember much of the day. But at the same time, there is nothing in my medical notes to match it. And I know this because when I had leukemia in '99, I sat outside ultrasound waiting for a scan on the jugular in my neck because it swelled up like Arnie's. And my neck had rather than the jugular. And I got left with my notes and got told not to read them. So, of course, the first thing you do is read them. Duh, they're my notes. I'm actually allowed to. And I did sit through, and there was the thing about when I was deaf when I was a kid. And funnily enough, the notes from Mr. selling his house was there. And I can tell you why he wrote I was depressed. But because the letter from my doctor had said that, when she had spoken to me, that I'd mentioned that, a couple of issues at work, and she had written, there may be early signs of depression. So he obviously just decided that I must be depressed because I could touch my toes, and that was the end of it. He didn't, he almost didn't have a thought of his own. He used someone else's. So from that point of view, it was even more disappointing. So that was in there, and I'm kind of going, yeah, I remember that. Don't so much remember that. Kind of thing back through my medical history. And I can tell you that there was literally, while there was lots of things from my car accident, there was nothing head-wise in there whatsoever. Because when I'd mentioned to them about the stitches up my nose, they actually went, we've got no record of that. They didn't even have a record of the plastic surgeons putting stitches up my nose. So who knows what they actually did on the day, because by the sounds of it, they didn't keep very good records. So, yeah, again, not very ideal. And of course, in this day and age, you'd probably sue them because, you've got a problem and they're not paying attention. But it's, yeah, it's a weird world we live in. We get used to it, though. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm quite thankful to the NHS for the keeping of me alive, because they have done that pretty well. My body's tried to kill me a couple of times over my life, in more ways than one. I was on the church sick list as dying about age 11, so, it's not the first time it's tried to kill me. Let's think. I think it's had 4 good goes so far, so, it's trying pretty hard. It is quite surprising I'm still here. So, but then, of course, it's surprising I'm here in the first place, because my mother was never supposed to have children, so. But then, of course, there's always the doubt that I'm actually my mother's child, or my parents' child, for that matter. I'm not going to dispute that my mother had children, or a child, but I'm not sure I am it. Obviously, both my parents are deceased. I can't test this now. But when I was... Well, my blood type does not match my parents'. Now, that's still possible. It's not impossible. Both of the biological warpedness that comes with either side of my family, I don't have that either. I don't have either of them. I have my own unique ways of being broken and different. So there is this potential that I am not my parents' child. But, you know, I do believe that obviously nurture has an awful lot to do with it, and so I am my parents' child, whether I am biologically theirs or not. Well, you live in Germany now. You're German. I'm sorry. You can't class yourself as American. Sorry, you exported yourself. Yeah, I Downton Abbey's actually not one I've watched. Surprisingly. Not deliberately, I just haven't got around to it yet. I've pretty much watched everything else, mind. I tend to watch terrible movies, and I mean shockingly bad movies. I'm talking the stuff that makes school plays look good, right? I love watching terrible movies, especially terrible disaster movies. Best way to find a good terrible disaster movie, go to Amazon and look for earthquakes and volcanoes. Either of those, frankly, they're all crap. It is, you know, you can almost see the cracks in the set walls. It's shockingly terrible. So I love those movies. I tend to watch a lot of those. I tend to watch kind of crime drama series. For some reason, I kind of like those. Those are kind of fun to me. I like horror movies. Usually because... Not because they're horror movies. Usually because I pick all the holes in the horror movies. So, for example, Friday the 13th, Johnny Depp's lying on a bed. I didn't realise it was Johnny Depp for a long, long time because I'm terrible at actors, but... And I think I watched Call the Midwife. I didn't expect that to be any good, but I got really into that. So, you know, I'm sure I will do Downton Abbey at some point, because everyone seems to have loved Downton Abbey, so I'm sure I shall, you know, watch that. But I quite like horror movies, so Johnny Depp in Friday the 13th, he's lying on the bed. The bed sucks him in as, obviously, you know, Freddy Krueger comes to get him, because he falls asleep. And about 20,000 gallons of blood scape onto the ceiling. Well, how unrealistic is that? The human body's only got 9. And my brain just kind of goes, well, that's not real, is it? And so I love watching horror movies for the things that can't happen, the things that are so far-fetched that's just, you know. I quite like a good sci-fi movie, hence things like Event Horizons are great because it's a mixture of two. I kind of like that. I really like the Alien movies, but Prometheus was bloody awful. And then the Alien Covenant, which was Prometheus 2, and they renamed it to try and make you watch it, was also shite. Yeah, exactly. And that's it. Is the moment there's too much blood, arachnophobia, the little tiny daddy long leg size spiders. Yeah, they can have me. I'm not great. I mean, we were discussing spiders earlier. I am okay with spiders. There could be a reasonable sized spider in the corner of this room, and as long as he sits in the corner of this room, that's fine. If he is walking away from me, hallelujah. So you can walk past me, maintaining a decent, you know, personal space issue. And if you walked, you know, kind of in front of my fire, he could almost have, you know, no muscles and a handbag, and I'd be fine with that. It is the disappearing, and it's also the seeing it running at you. Even though he's not necessarily running at you, he's just running in your direction. It becomes my 20 stone butt versus the spider, and I can guarantee you that when I stomp on a spider, not that 20 odd stone stomps gently, but I do it with as much humanly force possible, to the point I could break a foot. I'm stomping that hard, right? It becomes me or it. If it's leaving, he gets to live. If he sits still, he gets to live. I don't object to them. I'm not a screamer because there's one in the room. But do not be touching me. Do not land on me, and do not come running at me. So, I like to think I'm fairly reasonable in the spider kind of world, in the sense that, if there's one in the bathroom, I don't scream and, go running out in the street because there's a spider. I don't need to burn my house because there's a spider. Although, the pictures of the ones in Australia where they open that porch and there's like a bazillion spiders, there's like infinite spiders in it. Just burn it. Just nuke it from orbit, burn it, never going in that house. That's too much. Can't be doing with that. But an average spider or two about the house does not bother me. Even if it's a big one, I'm not so bothered. It's the proximity that gets me. And as you say, it is the disappearance, because then where is it? I need to know, which is why if it sits fine, if I had one in the corner of my room now, as long as it stays there, that's fine. You can live there as long as you like. I've got one in the kitchen. I've never evicted it because, well, it's not bothering me. It's in the far corner of the window, in a corner that is less used by my good self. Therefore, it can stay there. It can get, if there's a fly and it can catch it, good luck to it. But not near me. No, we don't do near me. No, we don't. Just don't need it in my life. Just no. And so yes, it is. But so the 20-foot spider at the end of Arachnophobia in the barn, not scared by that at all, because that's just stupid. Spiders aren't that big. I mean, there are big spiders. There are spiders the size of dinner plates, and that's freaking creepy. But you don't have in this planet 20-foot spiders. No, and I laughed at that. But it was the Daddy Longlegs one, and of course it was freaking Daddy Longlegs season when it played. So the moment you opened the doors to go out the cinema, you were greeted by a face full of Daddy Longlegs spiders. Yeah, we all packed ourselves. It was not pleasant. It was like midnight, we opened the door, we got a face full of spiders, and there was not a clean pair of trousers in the house, right? It was just not a good journey home. But it's the jump scare thing more than anything else in films. I do jump scare well, even when I know it's coming, because you can hear it coming in the music, because the music kind of, a bit like the Jaws thing. You know he's coming. There is not, how can it be shocking? You know that it's coming. You still jump though, and when he comes out of the water, you still go, it's not that I'm scared, it just makes me jump. And I'm terrible for it. I will jump at frankly anything. Because it's a jump scare, and even when I know it's coming, even if it's a film I've seen before, so I know it's coming, I can still jump because it's sudden, and but it's not that I'm actually scared. But that Arachnophobia was a very unpleasant movie, because the ones that did most of the killing were normal sized spiders. No, that's too close to reality, mate. And especially the one with the girl in the shower. No, that's creepy. Because, of course, while you're showering, you've generally kind of got your eyes shut, or you're looking at something in front of you, not looking at the top of the shower to check that there are no killer spiders. So, it's a very realistic event. And it is the realism, I think, that really makes a good horror movie. Much like Harry Potter works, because it's easy to believe that there is a society that exists within ours that tries to keep quiet. And we all know that Harry Potter's not true, but part of it is the plausible factor of it. The fact that, especially as a kid, you know that, you know, if you get into trouble at school and your mum comes up and the teacher has words with your mother, sort of thing, that by the time you get home, somehow your dad knows, right? Now, even back when they didn't have mobile phones and the like, somehow you get home and your dad seemed to know. Chances are the school had phoned him while you were on your way back, but that was so not the point, you didn't know that. So the fact that a potential secret society in life is implied during Harry Potter, there is the plausibility of it. And I think that a lot of good films involve a level of plausibility. Even things like Hobbits and all of that. We know that, you know, back in the day, humans were shorter, lived less time. And we don't actually know exactly when the Hobbit took place. You know, they talk of kind of times before. And it wouldn't be too surprising that there are times after. So, you know, again, it becomes that plausibility factor. In a good film, you feel for what's in the film. You have an element of relating to aspects of it. And for me, that makes a really good film, even if it is completely weird. Now, I've got a friend who cannot do anything that is made up. She just can't, because to her, none of it's real. And it's kind of like, well, but it implies that it has possibility. I mean, she read Harry Potter to her kids, so kind of don't know how that worked for her. But it's the, could you believe that this is remotely possible? Because lots of things are possible. You know, no one's proved that religion's real or not. So if you believe, you believe. If you don't, you don't. But no one can prove who's right or not. So you can't argue that, oh, well, there can't be one because no one's proved it. Because you can't prove that there isn't one. So, you know, how does she work with that one? There are lots of things I think that make a good film. And to me, it is I could believe that this could happen. It may not have happened. It may never happen. But at the same time, I have a belief. I can understand that this has a level of potential. So, for example, there's... Thanks for following Angua1509. No, I haven't. Don't read many books. I can still pretty much name all the books I've ever read. Some of them are a series, but I can pretty much name every book I've ever read. I do tend to do audio books, so I'm far more likely to listen to a book, but I haven't listened to it either before you ask. So, but just from its name, sounds like a bit like the film The One, which is Jet Li, who goes around killing different alternatives of himself and gains more power when each one dies, and to become the One and all powerful and great. It sounds kind of like there are different worlds and that you can kind of... Fair enough. Not everybody does. Some people are purists, you know. And considering I've got friends that won't even agree that reading a book on a Kindle is reading a book, so, you know. I have some strange friends. I love them dearly, but I have some strange friends. They are. I mean, at the end of it, as a child, I really enjoyed audiobooks because, well, I was really pants at reading. And it got me, you know, I remember I had the audiobooks for Frankenstein's Art, Tom Brown's School Days, Wind in the Willows, and all sorts of things. And it was it was, it was great for me because otherwise I would never have read or had knowledge of those books. So does it make it any worth any less? Now, for example, I used to do karate, and a lot of people would take the mick generally out of the group that I did karate with. But I still maintain it has a place in the world. So I used to do karate with GKR, and a lot of people go, oh, it's a McDojo, it's a make-believe, it's a wannabe, that's not really karate. Okay. Well, we still learn the moves, we still do the katas, we still do sparring, although it is not full contact. But if it gets people off their fat backsides doing exercise, doesn't it have a place in the world, considering how fat we're all getting? I mean, hello, 21 stone here. And part of that is because I don't do karate anymore. Because I bust my knees. But think about it. If it gets all those fat little children off their butts doing any form of exercise, it has a place in the world. And, for example, Harry Potter, if you talk to an awful lot of book snobs, Harry Potter is an awful set of books. It is literally junk. And, because she's borrowed lots of ideas off everybody else. And, it's poorly written, blah-de-blah-de-blah. Maybe it is. But think how many of those children go on to read other books because they read Harry Potter. It has a place in the world. It introduces children to a series of books, and the idea that in a book there can be a world that will capture your imagination, that you'll really get into, and, you can share and talk about with your friends. So, are they the best books in the world? Maybe from a, educational stroke, they're never going to win some Nobel Prize laureate type thing. But think of the millions of kids they got reading books by the principal. You can't take that away. And so, whether it's audiobooks, by the way, I've got Harry Potter on audiobook and I'm almost perpetually listening to it on repeat. When I get to the end of book 6 kind of thing, I start again. But you sit there and there is that kind of principle of, it may not be the most perfect thing for someone to read. It is not the answer to life, the universe, and everything. But it is a gateway to those things. So for all the people who start at GKR and don't break their knees, who go on to then do a more formally recognised and acceptable term of karate or other exercise even, it was a gateway, it served a purpose. And even if that is the only purpose it has, it is still a purpose. It is an acceptable, because one of the advantages, obviously, and I know a loving robot can attest to this, one of the biggest problems with full contact level of karate and other martial arts is that when you have work in the morning, it is not always feasible to turn up on a pair of crutches with a sling, right? It is just not. Especially depending on what your job is. It is not always going to be practical for you to go once a week to get beaten up, literally, and turn up to work the next morning like nothing happened. Because you won't. It hurts. If you get it wrong, I mean, obviously the idea is not to get hit, but chances are you will. Because they will deliberately pair you against someone who's better than you to help you improve, and you will take a few rather hard knocks. So GKR being basically it's non-contact. Now, obviously, there inevitably is contact, so let's not pretend it's fully non-contact. But the idea is that you do not ever punch your opponent or kick your opponent in the face, stomach, ribs. She's also legally allowed to. So you chose that scenario, darling. But it is that principle, right? It is the dog alert. Yeah, you go and bark at it, whatever it was. you know, the ability for GKR is that because you're not going to, well, not intentionally take repeated punches to the face, kicks to the head, there have been occasional trips to the emergency room as someone broke a finger, and I did dislocate a finger once, but I pulled it back into joint and it was fine, so I didn't go anywhere with it. But, you know, occasionally you can have minor injuries, but they are unexpected, they are not normal, whereas when you do full contact, it's kind of normal. And so, for a going to work, going to school, it is a very practical form of karate because you do all the things. The only obvious problem with is that if it's all you ever do, come an actual fight, you've never actually hit anything. You've never punched something, you've never kicked something, and if your technique is not good enough, you will almost certainly also damage yourself. Or you will not make contact because your default reaction is to stop short. So there are downsides to it. But if you are not doing it because you expect to be the next Bruce Lee and be able to defend yourself against 20 oncoming people at a time, which, by the way, is very unrealistic, because they do not stand and take turns, they just bundle. For starters, it's just, no one ever would wait turns. That's stupid. Pardon you, madam. Yes, you. Oh, I have an excitable dog. Oh, thank you. Trample. Karate is also good against dogs because you get quite good at blocking. So you can kind of divert the dog away from squishy bits and faces and... Oh dear. Oh, your hard life, little one. Go on, sod off. Go back to sleep. You were asleep a minute ago. Oh, Rory needs hugs too. Oh, hello, Rory. Are you a good boy? Are you? Yes. So, children, you're not helping. No, you're not. But yeah, karate is kind of, GKR is therefore a good, accessible way for a lot of people to learn the principles and decide whether it's their thing or not. And if it really is their thing and they want to take it further, to then go to a more acceptable karate group who do actual full karate and maybe do a bit of both. So at the weekend you go to the full contact group and you've got the rest of the week, Friday night you go to the full contact group and you come home via the ambulance, and then, obviously hopefully by Monday it's worn off a little bit. But for the rest of the week you go to a non-contact one so that you can attend your meetings and do your job the following day. It is not a wrong thing to want to do. Now, GKR don't really appreciate some of their more senior people going to other karates because they feel that it's detrimental to their practices because, you might use the wrong thing. Well, I'm sorry. Since when has a mugger approached you in the street, taken his shoes and socks off, bowed at you, and then said, Hajime? I don't think that's normal. Normally, Mr. Mugger in the street will probably wave a gun in your face. But also, anyone who's about to beat you up or whatever does not take their shoes and socks off, does not put mitts and pads on, does not bow, does not stop when you've been hurt and kind of apologise, right? It's not a thing. They're trying to kill you. That's their aim, not to teach you how to block better. So, let's not pretend that any of these things are the same as a real world experience. So, I do know, excuse me, I've got the flu. My body's trying to kill me. One moment, please. Hopefully that's a bit better. Amy, can you shut your face? Yes, you. You're being noisy and annoying. They're going to fight now. Probably. So yes, I like a lot of things, I think sometimes doesn't look right. Why does that not look right? It's because I didn't finish that one. People judge like GKR for being kind of a play karate because it's non contact. But I feel it has a place in the world because you can then go to work, know that you can go and practice various things, but also know you'll be fit for work in the morning. And you'll have got some exercise and it's good for you, and it's, you know, it still has the level of you need to have control, you need to have the strength of body, you still need all those things, you just don't come home with the bruises. Is that really so bad? You know, is that your aim in life? I mean, I know some people pay good money for that, but, you know, for the most of us, we don't necessarily enjoy being beaten up, so from that point of view, surely it's a good thing. And it's the same with audiobooks. If you struggle to read because maybe you're dyslexic like me, or you're trying to learn another language, an audiobook not only has a word. I mean, how many times, especially in fantasy books, is there a word and you look at it on the page, and then when you hear someone else say it, you think, I never thought it was pronounced like that, because you judged it by your own brain cells. You translated the name into a name Well, you see, and that's the kind of thing that I do when doing this. I sometimes listen to audio when I wasn't streaming it. When I weave, I definitely do audiobooks. I do a lot of audiobooks when I weave. Because you can't watch TV. There's nowhere to put anything with a screen on it particularly. But you can have an Alexa device, formerly known as bitch face, in this household, because then she doesn't respond. And you can say bitch face a lot and she doesn't butt into every conversation. And you don't trigger thousands of them around the world. So, you know, but you can have a bitch face going, playing an audiobook, or you can have it playing music. But an audiobook's really quite pleasant because you get involved in the story, but you're also not entirely distracted from what you're doing. So again, working something like this, I would definitely consider audiobooks, because you can, I mean, obviously occasionally you end up having to go back a bit because, you know, you fudge something up and you were paying attention and suddenly they don't make sense. But you see, there's also the other beauty of the audiobook. So let's say I've just fudged something up and I don't understand what. But you see, I find with an audiobook, I can go, bitch face pause, fix the thing that I've done wrong, the bit that I need to concentrate on, or I can pause it in advance if I'm doing a new bit and I think I'm going to really fudge it up and I want zero distractions. And then of course bitch face resume and she continues as if nothing happens. She's not offended that you stopped her for half an hour, 5 minutes, 30 seconds, whatever it is. She doesn't care. She'll remember tomorrow exactly where you left off. And so I quite like that about the whole kind of audiobook scenario, in the sense that you can continue a book. I mean, if I yelled at mine now, it would be reading... What am I reading? I am reading Christopher Nuttall's Zero Equation series, which is a series set in the world of his Schooled in Magic, but a completely different part and unrelated, where it turns out that specific objects that have extreme magical prowess, no one could work out how they were made in days of yore, and the simple answer is because they were made by people who didn't have any magic, and they could make them so that they didn't explode when any magic came near them. And the girl in our story, who is the heroine through the early books, it changes later, is a zero. She has absolutely no magic, and it's almost befuddlement because pretty much everyone in the world has a level of magic. They may suck at it, but they have a level of magic. And so from that point of view, it's a good series. I actually read the books first. Well, I read a lot of the books. I don't think I've read all of them. I read certainly the early ones. I think once it kind of stops following her, I stopped reading the books because it was kind of, well, I get it, but it's not about her anymore, and she was the star of the whole point of the early books and the series. So it's kind of like it's gone off on a kind of a side quest, and not so interested now. I'll move on to a different book. But the audiobooks, it's not so bad because, you know, you can be doing something else. So having someone else read it to you, it's not detracting from your own personal kind of time in the same way. So oh, will you two stop it? It's very difficult to have a conversation with you interrupting. Yes. I don't care. I know that's your opinion, but I don't care. Yes. Now, bugger off. What are you stamping? Oh, it's the packet I moved. Goodness. It's the Amazon packet that arrived earlier that I need to put in the bin. Yes. I realise that. I am quite capable of discerning that, for I am human. Yes, Rory. Don't need your help, little man. Or Amy. I seem to be under a bit of dog at the moment. Hang on. I have both of them in my lap, which is a feat in its own right. I know what you want. I know why you're doing this. Yes, you're all excitable. They're hungry. That's what all this is now about. So, when you woke up with a start and had been asleep and minding your own business and didn't care, you were all good. But now you're awake, now it matters, does it? Okay. You woke up all hangry. Is that what it is? Yes. And headbutting my nose does not make me move faster. You know that, right? Well, I've got to the bottom of this ground six section, so the next section will be a cloth stitch section. I want to go for another hour, but I am being stared at something chronic. There are two little faces looking very, very put out that their tummies are not yet full. In fact, I know what I will do. We're due to have adverts in 20 minutes. It won't take me long. For those who would need to go and do the food thing themselves, I understand. What I'm going to do is I will run into the kitchen. I will throw food for the dogs. I will throw a potato or two in the oven for my good self, because they take about an hour. And then I will stream for an hour, so till about 8 o'clock. And then when my dinner is kind of ready, I will stop stream and be done for the day. But we will do a bit more, because I'm determined to do a bit more. So I'm going to throw some more ads because, well, it's just a good time to throw some ads when I'm not here. So I'm going to do that. And for those who leave, thank you for coming. Please come again. For those who stay, thank you for waiting, and I will be back shortly. Right, potatoes on for me. Food is going in the dogs. That's a good thing. Right, let's have a look and see what we want to do next. 1, 2, 3, 5 here, so we shall stick it to you. Stick. You've escaped already. Come on. Get back in. There you go. Right, you go round there like that. Because we won't be needing you. Let's push you down a little bit more to give you a bit more strength. Because you're weak and flinty and useless. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we shall stick you for now. We need you lot, because you're going to be next. And we need you two, and you. Ouch! I have some sore bits, so I've got a sore finger. Not that you can easily say, but this little bit where it's kind of goes pale when I do that. It's very, very sore. I managed to stab it with something. It's one of the side effects of working with a lot of pins is I stab myself. One of them, I think it was actually this one, was it was not a pin. I have some earth magnets. I have a fascination with earth magnets, to be honest. But I have a couple of earth magnets, and there's a split in them. So, for example, don't judge by the elastic, but there's a split here. As you can see, this corner comes off. And I managed to trap my finger in it, and it's got a really sharp edge. And it hurt like a... And it's there is like a pinprick sized hole, but I'm not convinced. Let's take my glasses off and have another look. I'm not convinced there isn't actually a small splinter of metal in there. Because that's what it feels like. It's like a really small splinter. In fact, I'm kind of getting more confident there is a splinter. Where's the scalpel blade? That's what I need. Don't ask. Yes, I have one to hand. Bite me. In fact, I've got two. In fact, I've got a pack of them, haven't I? Encourages it up. It's either that or it's trapped a small infection underneath my skin. One or the other, but it feels like a splinter. And I think I was right. I mean, it still hurts because, of course, it was sore and it doesn't instantly stop being sore. But now that I made the hole a tiny bit bigger and anything in it could come out, there was this tiniest, darkest scrap of nothing, kind of thinner than a human hair, that came out. So I am convinced I was right and that I actually had a splinter. And hopefully it will feel better now. Where's my Germaline? Germaline, there you are. The world will be saved with Germaline. It's not the same as it was when I was a kid. I do have the actual ointment one, which is as near as you can buy these days, but it's not available in the UK for some reason. You have to pay people who are prepared to import it and give you it. But it's not as good as the ointment used to be. The ointment used to be even thicker and stinkier and disgusting. But frankly, if you lost a leg and put a bit of germaline on the bottom, your leg would probably grow back. The old stuff, anyway, it came in a little round tin of sin, and it lasted forever, and it was unhygienic. You'd have thought it was unhygienic as heck, but it actually wasn't. It literally cured everything. It was a bit like the pink medicine you had when you were a kid that was kind of sweet and pink. Didn't taste hot, but it was sweet and pink. And that seemed to cure literally everything. I mean, it cured my hamster of pneumonia. It was that good. I mean, as I said, I don't know what it was. I was a kid. But it was pink stuff. And you've come undone. And we won't use that finger to twirl it on because you've got a bit of germaline on you. So do that one. Let's have a look. You two are not part of this. You need to be shorter because you're annoying and you've come off the lump. Just still too long. There we go. Right. So, one. You are crossed. You will uncross, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you're the working pair. No, you're not. You're the working pair. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a corner. It screws up at the corner. Because normally you would lose some. And you need to lose a pair. I've got a feeling. Did I lose a pair too soon? No, I think I forgot to add a pair. Gonna go back and check. See, didn't add a pair. What a div. Right. Now you're added. That's better. Right. You're good. Now we will have enough. Now this will make sense. Right. So that should be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Right. Now we're at the corner. And you'll soon understand what I mean by the changing of the numbers. So we have 6 pairs at this millisecond, but this is corner to corner. What happens now is there isn't one to join to leave. There isn't one leaving this corner, but this one leaves. So we are now down to 5. Oh, stop coming undone. Will you, please? It's because the dent in here is not particularly big, and all it takes is the slimiest little lift of the bobbin, and there's no tension on it to hold it in there, and it makes a bit of a freedom. So now we're coming down this one, so we need to lose another pair of bobbins. You see the point? We have now lost 2 pairs of bobbins, and we now work across 3 pairs only to get to the other side where we pick one up. So hence at this point your brain's going, we've got enough bobbins and we've got enough bobbins. Because if I hadn't added the pair, we'd now be down to 2, and that really would be not a lot. And the worst thing is it does actually show. If you look at my magic square, if you look this way, this is definitely fatter than the square going this way. And it is a frustration because it does show, but it's also right. There is probably a way of fixing it so they look much more even, but at this time I have not come up with one. Well, I have come up with one, but it's not one I'm overly in the mood to do, which is you can add a pair of bobbins. You could literally just add a pair of bobbins, because the passive ones in the middle just kind of float along, so you could sneak in a pair of bobbins and work on it. Yeah, you bark at it. But it is not ideal. Really is not. That was Rory. Blimey. It's not like Rory to woof. That's not like you, my man. Why were you barking? You don't normally woof at anybody. You let your sister do it all. Don't you? Did you bark at it? So we have 5 for the journey, but when we get to the other side, we lose one again, so we end up back at 4. So it's 6 and 5 going that way, and 4 and 5 going this way, which makes your brain fart because, well, it's the same amount of space, and your brain's kind of going, surely it should be the same. And the answer is because it depends where in the process you're throwing them out and picking them up. So, pin. But I spent a lot of time proving to myself that I was not insane. Because, well, frankly, it feels wrong. Because, well, it does feel very wrong that you haven't got the same amount both directions. Because you're covering the same amount of space at the same kind of angle. So surely the answer is no. No, you don't. So you are staying out, which is why I normally stop there, so I can tension you slightly. And then we start the drift across, and you need to go there. You are wrong somehow. Let's see. Yeah. Yes, you are wrong. Something is wrong, children. Something is wrong. Because these two are the pair, and yet you're in the middle. I screwed up somewhere. Rewind. Find out where I screwed up this time. It's one advantage of having the difference in the pairs. Should have noticed earlier, of course, but the difference in the pairs is a good thing because it does mean that it stands out when you get it wrong. It's common to have some form of different bobbin or, you know, a pair of spangles that, you know, if you have spangles, to try and fix it all so that you can tell when you screw up. Because you are right. The question is, what's wrong here then? Or were we wrong already? Because you're wrong already, so we went wrong before you. Let's have a look. But it looks like I went wrong about here, because you are coming across. So you were under that one, over, under, over. There we go. Fixed. Right. And we go back. Now I need to include you. So you two were already discarded. fixed it last time. I forgot to pick one up. Amy, no need for barking, little one. There is no need. There is no need for any of this. No, don't be barking at me. No! Take a leaf out your brother's book. Hello, Recycled Rainbow. Thank you for joining. It's a pleasure to see you. Or not, as the... Well, I obviously can't literally see you, but... Thank you for coming. I appreciate the follow greatly. Oh, Amy! Enough with the noise! Goodness. Don't you be arguing with me. How rude of you. Oh, I did pick one up. So how is this not working? Rory, stop mauling. Oh, off you go. My dog's being annoying now. Come on. I fed you and everything. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. This is right. I am losing my marbles, people. I am losing my marbles. It is 5 and 4. You've got to remember that, woman. Remember that. Stop overthinking it. Use this one. Use this one. Hey Sugar Bear, how are you? How are you? Pins, you'll be the death of me, Pins. You really will. You going anywhere nice? Or coming back from anywhere nice? Whichever is more appropriately apt for this journey. Fair enough. I guess I'm keeping you company on your journey. Going to see old friends is always a good thing to do. Aha! That's good of him. Well, as long as I'm not distracting you from driving, that's a good thing. Because the last thing you need to be doing is driving and paying attention, and suddenly Amy decides to bark and be all excitable, and you jump and swerve all over the place. We don't need to be hearing that you crashed, so that's definitely a good thing. Let's pin some of you up because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stick. Well, you've got to pay enough attention then. Don't get too distracted. So I have to say I'm liable to be stopping in about half an hour though, Sugar Bear, because my dinner will be ready. But you're always welcome, as you know. This is a good thing. I like people who stop by and say hi. And lurking is equally valid. The line from Good Omens. I don't think it's about Crowley though. Sure, it was one of the other ones. Sure, it was one of the 3 from the graveyard. And it's like if there was an album called Born to Lurk, he'd be on the cover. Yeah. By the way, if you've never read Good Omens, much as I don't read books, Good Omens is a good one to read. I had it gifted to me for my 18th birthday when it had just come out. And a week after my 18th birthday, I had been summoned to jury duty. So I took it as something to read, because they do say, you know, you may be required to sit somewhere and you must be deathly quiet. Because, you know, you're in a court and you know, it's a place of quiet. Even though you're not in court and so you're in a little locked room like the other end, you really would think that you could have at least a discussion and some tea and coffee, but no, you can't. And the first couple of days they make you stay all day, but after that, if they don't need you, they'd send you home kind of like lunchtime. So the first couple of days I'm sitting there and I'm beginning to read Good Omens, and there are many things to chuckle at in Good Omens, but of course this is very difficult if you're supposed to be quiet. Now it's fine when you're sitting outside at lunchtime reading your book, because it was kind of summertime, so that's fine. But obviously when you're supposed to be sitting deathly quiet and you can be fined if you make a noise, I nearly got into trouble. Oh, I so nearly got into a lot of trouble. Because it was funny. It was proper funny. During lunch breaks I'd sit on my own reading my book, laughing my little head off. Outside the Houses of Parliament, funny enough, because the court that I did my jury service in was the other side of the patch green from the Houses of Parliament. can't remember what it's called, but it was kind of like the old something. It's not the Old Bailey, but it was something, you know, some old building of kind of oldness, and you know, reading about kind of like, you know, Crowley giving his sword to Adam and Eve to keep them warm because she was pregnant, and or was that Azrael? Anyway, but the fact that you can now get it as an audiobook, it's really cool. Indeed, hopefully maybe tomorrow. I shall be back tomorrow. But yes, I shall be leaving shortly. I've got half an hour. But yes, Good Omens. There are lots of people who read Good Omens. Some read it better than others. Some of them read it like your history teacher would have read the life and works of a dung beetle, and frankly could put you in a coma. And it's not even the full book. Whereas there used to be a tape-based version read by a guy called Jack Carroll, and he had kind of like the film really deep announcer voice. You know, that real kind of like, today on, you know, not that I've got a deep voice, but you know, he had a real deep, you know, in the film big stuff will happen, and he had a really kind of powerful, interesting voice, and it really read well, because obviously to an extent Good Omens is very much done by a narrator. It's not done from someone's point of view, and you know, Jack Carroll literally reads every word out, including the beginning books, a beginning bit where it kind of explains that, like, the Metatron's the voice of God and all that kind of stuff. And so it introduces all of the kind of people that you'll hear from, and he reads literally out word for word, and it is such an amazing version of Good Omens, but you can't find it anywhere now, which is really disappointing, because frankly that was the best audiobook version of that. I mean, there are good versions, but not as good, if you know what I mean. Why is there no... Oh, fuck again. Christ alive, woman. How do you get out of bed in the morning with... They were the cast-offs from last time. You did not need to work these. But you didn't pick one up the other side, which is why you're short of bobbins. And you went to pick, you used those because you didn't have enough. Idiot. You've come off as well now. These half hitches are just not as reliable as I'd like. But you need them to be able to move, so the half hitch is the best knot. It's just not staying there. But I need you. So yes, Jack Carroll's reading really is proper cool. I do have a copy of it in MP3 format, but obviously it's not on Audible or any of the others because they've got other people reading it, and as I say, some of them, it almost feels like an entirely different book because of the voice reading it, and it's quite bizarre how that can happen. There are some books, for example, actually one of the freakiest things you can do. So we all like a good bit of Miss Marple. Nothing's wrong with a good bit of Miss Marple. This is going to sound like the weirdest excuse, except for when it's read by Joan Hickson, who played the best Miss Marple. When you're hearing a book from not Miss Marple's point of view, read by the voice you associate as Miss Marple, messes with your head. And I really like them because, you know, she tells a really good story. But because she played Miss Marple, all I can hear is Miss Marple telling you the story, but from like a third person perspective, and it messes with your head, because if they could have changed it so it was the story from Miss Marple's point of view read by effectively Miss Marple, it would have been a cracking audiobook. It would be like phenomenal. But because she reads it and then reads out like the vicar, almost from the vicar's point of view, saying, this is this, and yeah, but that's Miss Marple's voice. I recognise that voice. And so, yeah, that was less than ideal. That kind of thing. I am not proud to say I read a particular set of books. There was a set of books that I read that really were awful. 1, 2, 3. That feels wrong. 1, 2, 3 and a half. How do you end up with half? It's because I went one too far over. Oh, you douchebag. Seriously, woman. It's just as well you're stopping in a minute. You're going to be a danger to humanity in a minute. I, for my sins, God help my soul, read the 50 Shades of Grey. Well, I didn't. I had the audiobook. I refused to read 50 Shades of Grey. I think I vaguely tried the first one and really regretted that I bought them as ebook because it meant I couldn't flush them down the toilet. If you want literary lacking, that is definitely the book. Friggin' awful. Anyway, the problem I had was that I literally, with the first book, because I read the first book on ebook, and then someone gave me the audiobooks, and I thought, fuck it, I'll listen to the other two. It was read by a girl, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to do a bad impression. I'm not a vocal specialist or anything. But everyone has a name, everyone has a way of speaking, and some people have a voice that just grates in your soul. And for me, for example, as a bit of a measure peg, I really love the film, what's it called? Poltergeist. The Poltergeist films, great films, except for one character who boils me every time. I call her the Munchkin Lady, but the one that goes, Carol Ann! Yeah, we all know that one, right? So, the Munchkin Lady kind of whines and boils me up. Well, when you read a book and it's read by Becca Bateau... Oh, God, not with a voice like that, love. That's going to curdle milk. I do not want to listen to a book read by that. And just because you can read a book does mean you should. You know, I don't have a voice for reading books. I really don't. But I'm also not the one being paid to do it. You know, someone obviously thought she was the best for this, and I strongly disagree. It was awful, and it was enough to curdle milk. It really was. And I mean, the book the book contents is bad enough, let alone having a bloody awful voice like that. And so I'm sorry, Becca Bateau, but the fact that you sounded like a whiny 12-year-old was not a good part of that book. It really didn't help, you know? 1, 2, 3. There's another half one to go then. So you went under that, over that. Yeah, whiny 12-year-old voice reading book. No. Now, given the contents of the book, it's not like it's supposed to be relaxing necessarily. I'm not going to claim that that was the purpose of the book. So it's not like you want a deep, soothing voice. But whiny, no. Seriously, you know, there's a reason why there's gun laws in America with voices like that. It's just... No. It was unpleasant. And it meant that I completed the series, and so I know what happens in the end. But no, that was a terrible reading voice. Fortunately, I don't think she read anything else, and that's not a shame. But there are these reading voices that work really, really well. Stephen Fry, I think, has a great reading voice, personally. He reads very well. I know a friend who would disagree. This isn't right. Why is this not right? Because I must have pinned her back here. For goodness sake, woman. How can you make so many mistakes in such a short little bit of lace? I'm going to
fit back there. Yeah, I know a friend who can't listen to Stephen Fry because he knew him in former days and the voice just brings back thoughts of the former days. So that's fair enough. I can't object to that particularly. I understand. Much as I struggle with listening to Joan Hicks and reading Miss Marple because all I can hear is Miss Marple, I can understand that if Stephen Fry brings back certain memories for you, and that's all you'll hear every time he opens his mouth, it will be difficult to listen to a book that he reads as a result. So I have no hate for you on this level, because it does happen. So from that point of view, it is a shame, because I quite like his reading voice. I've got a couple of things that he's done. So obviously he did Harry Potter, but he also did the complete Sherlock Holmes, and I like Sherlock Holmes. I also quite like the Cthulhu Sherlock Holmes, which is read by somebody else, obviously. But I do like that too. That's quite a good book to listen to. People that Christopher Nuttall has reading his books are not bad. They don't make bad reading voices, so quite happy to listen to those. Although there is one book where I had to look it up. It's actually the reader does actually read the right words, but they are the wrong words for what the author meant. And because they are valid words, obviously the spell checker didn't catch it. So that was pretty poor. When I spot grammatical and spelling issues in a book, worry, because I suck at all of that. And so if I spot it, it's really bad. I remember yelling across the room at my Alexa device because I think I obviously didn't read that particular book. Yes, shut up, Alexa. I didn't mean to talk to you. Hence I call her bitch face. I remember screaming across at her, going 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not right. And then when I looked it up on the Kindle to actually look at the book and discovered those actually were the words that the author had used, it was like, dude, wrong word for that. Let's not do that, So there was one in Harry Potter actually. There was one in Harry Potter that I picked up on when I got Deathly Hallows. It was quite near the beginning of one of the chapters, and it was he fugged up the window. He fogged up the window. He meant he fogged the window, honey. While apparently fug is a word, it's not necessarily the same as fog. So, but 2, 3, 4, 5. Drink. So I have come to the end of a section, and with 15 minutes to go, I don't feel starting one is a good plan. I don't like to leave midsection. It doesn't hurt it. It's not like knitting where you'll stretch something by leaving it in the middle, or you won't stretch stitches or anything. But it's the brain fart of coming back to it mid something. I'm less keen on that. So I am going to take a photo of this when I work out what I do with my phone. I've hidden it under. Get my camera to take a magic kind photo of. Problem with cameras on the back of phones is you keep sticking your grubby fingers on all the camera things. So we will take a photo of that. We'll try and make it fairly straight. Here we go. Drink. So we've done a reasonable bit today. We added this ground bit here. I think we'd had to redo that bit of cloth stitch because I screwed it up. We did that bit of cloth stitch, and we did that bit of cloth stitch, that bit of ground, and this bit of cloth stitch. So we've done quite a bit today. That pin's looking a little bit straggly because it's under a bit more pressure than it would like. Bite me.
I'm not getting back again and doing it. I might do it tomorrow. We'll see how we go. But we are stunking along. I mean, obviously this is, day 2 of Triangle, and we are nearing halfway through. So this is not about poor show. It's funny how it varies so much, in that sometimes you go through and you've done all these bits, and it depends how much you screw up, to be honest, and how much my brain suddenly goes, actually, I don't think that's right, and I have to recalculate everything again. So, if it just accepts and moves on, it generally goes a lot quicker, funnily enough. So yes, here we are. We have added a load of bobbins. We added a good number of bobbins today, actually. I think we added about 10 pairs of bobbins today. And we have progressed. So it is not a thing to be snared at. Would I have liked to have achieved a bit more? Yes, probably. But hey, Sunday tomorrow. If I stock up on food and eat things and do all of those things first and feed the dogs and maybe take some painkillers and do a few things, maybe we can have a good run tomorrow. But I have been streaming for nearly 6 hours. It currently says 5 hours and 54 minutes. So I've done a pretty good run. I'm not unhappy, and you need that toenail cut, my lady. Jesus, what is that? Where is that one? Felt like she got one like a claw from the deep. It was, it's just feels worse than it is. It's right. I thought she really had kind of a 2-inch long one, but it's not. So yes, I'm sorry. I'm very easily distracted with dog sticking its nose in my face. So yes, I shall see you tomorrow. If you care to join me, I would appreciate it. For those who have not followed and who wish to see further antics, I always stream on a Friday afternoon, but I try and stream every day, because obviously I want to get to the end of this and it's not a quick moving product. So I do try and stream every day. We have had to have one day so far where I did not, and that was frankly, I hate this expression, it was for my mental health. We'd not got the pins that I wanted. I'd had a bit of a bad day with dogs who knocked off all my pins and merged the fat pins and the thin pins, and the other pins that I thought I had were not the same size, so I kind of snapped a little bit and kind of went all sad and miserable. And so rather than I did, while I sorted out the pins, I knew that wasn't going to be enough, so I ordered some new pins, and it was a Wednesday, so I skipped Thursday and did the Friday stream because the pins had arrived, and it was definitely the right decision. But as a whole, I do intend to stream every day. I just don't guarantee at what time. Usually at the weekend it is the afternoon. I am not a morning person. Well, I am, but I don't want to start this in the morning because I want some lunch. So I tend to have lunch and then start. So it does kind of like early afternoon to evening stroke later evening, depending on how we go. So I never promise what time I start, but generally it's around the 1-2 o'clock in the afternoon UK time. So that's kind of 6 hours ago, because it was 2 o'clock when I started. So it's currently 7:50 here. So just for your knowledge, I do appreciate that a lot of people's clocks go back tonight. So that will really screw up all the timings for you. Good luck with that. We did that last weekend, hence we're all an hour out this week. And we don't know what week it is or day it is and where we are, because it's all dark and miserable at stupid o'clock in the afternoon. But if you can join me, I will appreciate it. For those of you who are listening on YouTube, please feel free to follow. I post all these videos up as soon as I can. My internet speed sucks, so this will probably take 3 hours to upload. So hence I will not be back later this evening. But I will see you all tomorrow. Bye bye.